Hello, everyone, and welcome to Rocket, home of fintech and sustainable innovation. I'm really thrilled to see you here today because you could have gone somewhere else. I know for a fact there is 2 big events today happening in Vilnius, but you chose this event, and you came here, and that tells me that you care about the sustainability and this topic as much as we do. So I would like to invite you to give yourself a round of applause for coming here. Thank you. Sustainability, sometimes it's a difficult topic. It's not, it is a sexy topic, but at the same time it's not. Some people say it's fluffy. Some people say it's a daunting task because you don't know where to start. And psychologists even say that the sustainability anxiety is a new form of anxiety that some of us feel because we feel helpless with what's happening around. But here at Rocket, we actually believe that we can have a sustainable future, and the way to do that is through innovation. And we have a goal to become a sustainability center, to become home of sustainable innovation, the way it says on our door, and to be a place where people can come learn, where people can come meet each other and network, where they can form partnerships, and where that innovation that's usually created by startups can land in Lithuanian businesses. So with these 4 things in mind, actually today's agenda has been put together, and I really hope that you will have ability to learn and network and find new ways of partnerships. We have actually a star-studded panel, international and local people. There will be keynotes, there will be panel discussions. There will be the end and final of Swedbank Sustainable Innovation Program, where you will hear what we mean when we say sustainable innovation. So the 10 best startups will have their final pitches, and you will have opportunity to do a public vote, but there will be winners as well that will share prizes, and I'm really looking forward to that part. And obviously there will be a networking part as well. So my wish for you and hope for myself that you leave today with at least 1 new thought and at least 1 new person that you haven't met before. So that's my homework for you, for the networking, to find someone you don't know and start a conversation with them so you have another connection. If it makes it easier for you to start a conversation, you can say, Lina from the stage told me to do this, so therefore, what's your name? But most importantly, I really hope that today you will leave at least a little bit more inspired and have a better commitment to sustainable innovation. And I want to thank you again for coming. It's a long day, and I know there are people online watching us as well. Welcome as well. If you decide by watching online that this is too good to be missed, you're always welcome to come here live. We'll be here all day. And without any further ado, let me introduce you, your host today, that will be walking you through the day and through the agenda. The perfect duo that, in my personal opinion, could be TV presenters. Actually, one of them just came from Delphi TV 5 minutes ago. But please, warm welcome to Ekaterina and Donatas, who will guide you through today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for a warm welcome. Thank you for coming one more time.
Thank you, Lina, for a nice introduction, and hello, everybody.
Good to see so many familiar faces. I think that there are so many colleagues from Swedbank. There is Rocket team, Rocket community, and you guys, the people who are building the sustainable innovation community as well. We join Lina, I think, in all thank you words for coming and for joining and supporting. And do you feel that smell?
It smells like in a botanic garden, huh? Lovely stage. What do you think about the stage, huh?
But you know, guys, all these greens are eatable. So we have here, I think, we have here curry, we have here celery, we have mint, melissa, we have strawberries here, and I think some cucumbers as well. And you know, just ask our team, and you can take back home with you some greens if you like, if you would like to have them and grow them. That's, I think,
exactly. It's an incentive.
That's a good
for
gift,
coming.
right?
Yes.
From the Sustainability Forum to a good souvenir, I would say.
All right, so I would also like to share something. It's been almost 6 months for me here at Rocket, and I feel super excited about this forum. Sustainability has been my passion for many years, and I'm really, really happy to be here today, being a moderator for this forum. So I hope you enjoy it. And Yekaterina, would you please share today's agenda?
Yes, I think I'm ready, and I will ask our supporting team to put it on the screen, and for me as well in front of my eyes, so I do not need to show my back to you so too often. So before the first coffee break, which will start at 2, I hope you had some refreshments and snacks as your light lunch already. And we will have a few panel discussions and a few keynotes. We will start with the most complex thing, with a bumpy road, and we'll discuss what sustainability will look like in 10 years with the whole complexity, I hope, brought to the level of understanding and acceptance. The next, we will invite Lina back on the stage to present us how Rocket will help you in this bumpy and crazy journey. We're going to present one tool, which will be really handy. Then another keynote with a great speaker. I can't see him yet, but I hope he's rushing. It's Karolis Žemaitis. He will present the role of Ministry of Economy in the sustainability growth and driving. And panel discussion before the coffee break about embedding sustainability across the businesses. We will have our colleague Camilla Mazrimi. She will moderate the the people from the business side, as we like to call them. And then the coffee break. This is one half, and please show us the next slide. After the coffee break, we will get back and have more interesting topics ahead. So can I ask the technical staff to show the next slide? Yeah. Okay, if...
Here it is.
I have it, I think. So it's talking with the people from the government and public sector, talking with the people on business side. It will be time to talk with investors and to discuss how the perfect ESG performer looks like, how investors are picking the startups, and really, you hear so many times that they are turning their attention to the sustainable startups. So what is this perfect sustainable startup for the investors? After that, we will have the panel discussion with the startup representatives, one keynote with the foreign speaker, the guest from Reuters, and she will talk about the 1.5 degrees importance, and will briefly introduce her topic. And coffee break again, and then the jewel and the cherry on the top, we will have the showcase of the startups of Sustainable Innovation Program, and we will be voting, evaluating them. We will have the noble jury, and you, dear audience, you will be able, and you as well, dear audience online, you will be able to vote, share your public vote, and we will have the 30,000 prize fund.
How much?
300,000?
300,000.
300,000. No.
30.
30000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
exactly.
promise you, this is a very, very exciting part of the forum. So please stay. It will start around 4:10.
Yeah, I think 10 after 4, and the most exciting, it will be the networking part. We will have some sparkling drinks, refreshments, snacks, and of course chats about what we have just seen in the forum.
All right. So I'm very anxious for the introduction to our first panel.
Yeah,
the
it's time to
bumpy
introduce the
road.
first panel. I think that we deserve to show the slide on the screen for the panel. And really, guys, bumpy road, 10 years ahead. It sounds so complicated and complex, but it's true. It's not a fiction. So I hope that this discussion will bring us all on at least on the same level of understanding what is going on and what help you can get, and what people think, what people who are actually dedicated to help us in this road. What do they think and how they see this problematic? So,
All right, so for that, I would like to invite the moderator of this panel, my dearest colleague. Please give your warmest welcome to Karolina Semenovaitė, the Sustainability Officer at Swedbank.
Hello.
Please enjoy.
welcome on the stage. So I think we need a few more moments to set up the chairs, right? How do you feel, Karolina?
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
It's a wonderful event. Great to be here and see so many
You are in
people.
a great company, I think.
Oh, yes, I am.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
we can start introduction, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
Okay, let's do it. So
Sergey?
welcome everyone to the first panel discussion at the first Sustainability Forum in Rocket. And we are here to talk about the bumpy road to net zero. The journey towards a more sustainable future might not be a very easy and smooth ride. And we can already now understand that with all the complexity, it might be a bit of a challenge. But listen to this. Bhutan, Comoros, Gabon, Guyana, Madagascar, Nua, Panama, and Suriname. What are these? Great destinations for vacation, maybe. But also, according to World Economic Forum, these are 8 countries which are carbon neutral already today. Well, this gives us some hope that it is achievable, right? Although most of those countries are a bit smaller, and also they're really far away. But anyway, let's hear how optimistic about the future are our today's panelists. So let me invite to the stage my lovely company for today, and I start from Erika Pirmets. Erika, please come on stage. Erika is a digital transformation advisor at eStonia. Nice to have you here. We have Vaida Markevičienė with us today, Vice Minister of Finance of Republic of Lithuania. Hello, Vaida. We have Marius Vaščega, Head of European Commission Representation in Lithuania. Hi, Marius. And we also have with us Elijus Čivilis, General Manager at Invest Lithuania. Hello, Elijus. Hi. So this is my lovely company for today. I invite us to sit down and start digging into the topic. Okay, so I think we could start from some definitions. And Marius, maybe you could briefly tell us what net zero actually means in practice and what challenges it means for the EU.
Thank you, and happy to be here and happy to address a wonderful crowd. Always a very good atmosphere in Rocket. I love it here. Well, net zero is, you can look at it from various perspectives. From a purely climate science perspective, you could say that, it's the neutrality that you could achieve by absorbing the same amount of CO2 that you are actually emitting with all your industrial and non-industrial installations. But that is a very, very science-based approach. When the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, when she was proposing the European Green Deal and speaking about the European Green Deal, she said it's going to be the European man on the moon moment, which meant that when the Americans, long time ago, announced that they're going to be landing a man on the moon, they did not have an idea how they're going to be doing it. So in a sense, it's a dream. It's a dream, but we are actually now making it to come true. And if we don't succeed, it might become a disaster, not a dream or a nightmare, actually. So there are plenty of challenges because, we have never been thinking in these terms of climate neutrality or CO2 neutrality. And that's why, it's a complete transformation that we need to do by 2050, because this is the aim that we have put to ourselves, 2050. For that, we have interim targets and so on, but we have to address energy, which we're doing now. We have to address transport. we have to address many, many other things. And simply to start, looking at economy from a completely different perspective. That's my response on the net zero.
Thank you, Marius. I have a dream, once said one famous person. Then the European Union as well said we have a dream. And that is a massive transformation we're talking here about, definitely. And it wouldn't be possible without an active role of national governments as well, I guess. Erika, what do you think is the essence of that role? And maybe also you could share some examples what Estonia has been doing already.
I love the example of a moonshot of an idea. When Estonia became a re-independent country, that was exactly our motto. Let's be honest, where we wanted to be was among the Scandinavian countries. High level of living, people happy, wonderful nature, good living environment, also economy really high. We started from absolutely nothing. This was like a really ground zero moment. But we decided that this is the point that we want to reach, even though we're really low. And to figure out the journey, we don't have any idea how to do that. But commitment is here the key word, that you aim for something and then you actually commit to do it. And I think that the role of the governments is not to map everything out, to have everything really clear. Like you said, exactly, we don't know how to solve or how to reach into the sustainability goal, or what are the mechanisms that we should take in order to not fail, that in 10 years we're going to look back in retrospective and think, well, that was a completely bad strategy. So we can't know ahead. Neither Estonia knew ahead that once we will be one of the most digital societies in the world. Now it's really nice, but almost 30 years ago, we just started. We just launched. And to be bold and to just continue with the goal. All of the innovation and success in Estonia has not come because our government is super digitally savvy or our ministers can code, or none of it. All of this innovation came thanks to private sector and because political leaders were smart enough to listen to them and actually onboard them. So what is the role of the governments? Is to set framework, is to agree certain rules, how we're going to play, and then commit to them. Digital transformation, for example, in our case, this is not something that happens overnight. It's a really long-term roadmap that consists of many different events and also political agreements that you do. But key thing is that every next government that we had in power did not undo the decisions of the previous one. So you can't jump from one strategy to another and then change, and then you're going to create an environment for these private companies, even though wonderful ideas, great clean tech, wonderful green sustainability-based companies, startups that are grown from this environment. But if you keep and change and you're not consistent in your messages and really commitment as a government, as a regulator, then you're going to fail. So in order to create this stability, also to see impact, you need to create an environment. And I came here with the magazine, not because I'm going to be bored during this panel discussion, but again, to illustrate that we need to also create demand. Right? You will have here wonderful startups here pitching and introducing their ideas and being on a panel and talk about that. Female founders are equal founders. So that is also something that we need to address here, to create the demand from them also to enter the market. And you see, the most of the VC investments go into male founders. So this is something that we can promote further, that sustainability is a common goal. So let's give platforms also for female founders. But we have to keep the demand and be vocal about this in the society.
Okay, yeah. So is it safe then to say that the recipe is firstly consistency, right?
Absolutely. Set the rules and then commit the time.
Okay, so we looked at how the neighbors are doing. We sometimes tend to like that, but let's now turn to our own yard. And I want to ask Vaida, what actual steps has Lithuania already taken in this huge transformation journey? And maybe what are the main directions that we focus on?
So there is this famous saying, don't tell me your values or don't tell me your goals, but show me your budget and I will tell you what are your values and your goals. So coming from the Ministry of Finance, of course, I have to speak in numbers to prove that green transformation is our actual commitment. So if we look at the public spending, so until 2030, we are going to spend more than 6 billion euros for the green transition. And here there are more straightforward efforts like investments into renewable energy that of course are now very topical and valid also because of the brutal Russian aggression in Ukraine that showed that energy independence is not only green, but it's also our security. But we know that it's not so straightforward how to become green. If we look at the sectors that emit most CO2 gases, there are construction and agriculture. For sure, we need somewhere to live and we need something to eat, and that won't change. Whatever we invest into like brand new businesses that do brand new things that are green and very modern and very innovative, as long as we don't transit very classical sectors, the green transformation won't happen. And that we need to keep in mind, that we need to invest also into those currently brown sectors that need to transform, and that path is not so easy because to go from someone that is really emitting a lot of CO2 emissions to something that is green is a transformative, innovative step, and innovations are risky. And here the government can share the risk. It can incentivize the businesses to invest into that transition, to promote innovation, because only that way we can go from current situation to the positive future result. So one is those investments that state are going to provide. Another aspect that Erika mentioned was demand. So when we look at the consumer's demand, maybe we'll think about ourselves, about our companies, what we buy in stores. But actually, if you know who would be the biggest consumer in our economy, it's the state. State buys through public procurement a year the amount that is like 10% of our GDP. So each year the state spends more than 5 billion euros in buying services and products. And our government took a political stand to say that we are going to buy 100% green procurement. And we had this goal. When we look into like 2019, there were like 3% green public procurement. This year now we have 100%. Of course, devil is in the details, and I won't deny that we are, perfect. We have to look then into the details, into methodology, what we define green. And probably not everything would be like 100%, but it's the best we can find in the market, because we can't buy 100% green if there is no such things in the market, but it's a journey, and that methodology is going to change and evolve together with the market. And of course, it's also then important to look into the budget, our expenditures, if they are green or not. Now we don't know. We have to evaluate what is brown and what is green. And in that regard, we made the Green Finance Action Plan. Maybe I'll have a chance to develop more on that, but I'll just say that we are going to establish Green Finance Institute that will act as a hub for private and public sector to be like a knowledge center, because it's not so easy also for the company to say that I am green. we have to look very broadly into all the value chain, and it sometimes, usually, probably not starts with in the same country and ends in the same country. It starts somewhere else, and if we want to look every single step, it's a difficult methodological process, and someone has to dig into the details and find a way that is not too complicated, not too bureaucratic, to prove that the companies are actually green. So just to summarize, I would say that our steps are investment for companies, public sector, individuals, green budget of the state, green public procurement, and knowledge hub for companies and private sector, so that we know that we do fund green finance projects, and that companies know that they or their projects are green, and it's not just some sort of greenwashing.
Thank you, Vaida. Sounds like this is really a serious attitude towards the changes, so I'm really happy to hear that. We also know that green transformation will require huge changes in the business sector, and Eric also mentioned that business was behind a lot of initiatives that actually help to progress. I want to ask Elius. Elius, when you talk with businesses, do you already feel that sustainability has become a focus when it comes to business development for them?
Hey everyone, to answer it shortly, business is doing great and they're picking up actively. And now if I would elaborate on this, in the recent Ernst & Young report on the European Attractiveness survey, what's interesting, they said, and it was a survey around 2,000 business leaders asking, what do you find interesting in Europe? So number one, it was of course digital economy, because it's still growing and it's still a very interesting area. But then number two, and it was like 35% of all respondents said that actually the green transition, green energy, and clean tech is something they're focused on. So what that means that business is really picking up on what's happening. But also from the foreign direct investment point of view, analyzing the data from FDI markets, obviously this is a new big thing, what's happening in Europe, and we have around 300 projects a year which is purely focused on the green transition. So from the business point of view, there's a big interest, but of course that very much comes to the demand, as it was mentioned before. And with the demand, I think this is also something very interesting, because every time when we talk about demand, we talk about educating consumers, educating people so that they know what they're consuming, what's important. But then if you continue talking on the education, you always come up to the very interesting field which is called values, or the Ministry of Culture, which is all about what values do we promote. And honestly, I think our region and Lithuania, we are in a very fantastic position, because naturally the people are very much into this. They are big nature lovers, they're big, those requesters for the good change. So I think business is doing great, and they are doing even greater here in this country.
Great to hear that. And yeah, nature lovers, truly. A Lithuanian person and the forest is a separate story, so yeah. Okay, so we looked through sentiment in public sector, in business, but we also know that both business and public sector starts to feel certain pressure from civil society, and we hear more and more examples of court cases against national governments and companies. And the essence of these cases is that people don't feel happy about the pace of actions taken by governments and companies in order to mitigate climate change and to make sure that this bumpy road doesn't end up like a highway to hell, right? So I turn to Marius. Marius, are we moving at the right speed, or perhaps these court cases and frustration has some grounds? Should we push this acceleration pedal stronger, or are we fine? What is your feeling?
In 2019, when European Commission was preparing the European Green Deal, and that is the transformation compass and the plan for transformation. I had the privilege to be part of the team preparing it, and I remember, that many were looking with a little bit of a skepticism. Well, we're going to speak about it, and we will be continuing slowly what we were doing in the past. That was a bit of an approach. What was helping a lot, there was a huge momentum in that moment, which was triggered by Greta Thunberg. But not only, the movement started from her, but then it became a sporadic, a movement that was taking place by itself. Each Friday you were having, people, tens of thousands of people across Europe marching in various meetings, and this helped. This actually helped a lot to create the European Green Deal. I think the same applies then to the pressure that we are receiving from various cases that you mentioned, because you have to use it. You have to use it and you have to keep pushing. Why I'm saying you have to keep pushing? Because the biggest challenge that the European Green Deal had was immediately just in a few months when COVID hit. And the big, the stalemate of economy came, and then, of course, all the pessimists were saying, well, it's a good reason now not to be doing the sustainability things. Let's continue business as usual. It's too costly. It's too difficult to do it now. We can postpone it a little bit, right? Let's deal with the more important things. But we managed to overcome this. We managed to overcome this with the post-COVID recovery funds, and we put a very clear emphasis on how much you have to be spending for the green purposes, which means that now we have in Europe 250 billion of investments. Some of them already took place, but they will be picking up as we speak, to be invested in the green things. The war comes. The war comes. The war does not stop the things on energy. It actually pushes further the things on energy. So the energy transformation is something where it goes now by itself, basically. But everything else actually related to the Green Deal, we have all this wonderful setup here. I think it requires a lot of pushing, a lot of understanding, a lot of, efforts, additional efforts from us for it to be taking place. It does not come by itself. Huh?
Okay, so then looks like having this pressure is also good for us from some perspective. And looking at Lithuania once again, Vaida, how do you feel, is the pace of transformation in Lithuania enough? You mentioned briefly the Green Finance Plan, and maybe you can elaborate a bit on that, and also what extra steps are taken to accelerate this change in Lithuania?
So, of course, I would just totally agree that it can always be faster, and we will have to continue pushing. So I think when it becomes a routine thing, we know that it's too slow and we won't achieve the goal because it is very ambitious. And I just will illustrate with an example what you said about the war. So initially, we had an ambition to produce all energy from renewables in 10 years. Then the war hit, we realized that is way too slow, and now the government has a commitment for Lithuania to produce 100% energy from renewables till 2030, and of course for that you need extra funding, so we are going to invest additional 1 billion euros in 2 years. So we now are negotiating with the Commission for the update of the plan, so we will get more funding in forms of loans for that. Another thing is then for businesses. We also now here in Europe this strategic independence debate, and we know that US is also investing funds for these companies to ensure that they have this strategic independence. So what we do in Lithuania also very recently, like a few weeks ago, we announced that we are going to provide a fund for companies of also 1 billion euros in form of loans, so that they can invest into technology, so that they can speed up their exports. And we are going to provide funding for the companies that don't get traditional funding from traditional sources like banks, because first the projects are risky. Because as we said, the green transition is a risky thing. It involves innovation. You don't know if you succeed, and then who pays the bill if you don't. So the state steps in and says that, you know, we are going to help out. Another thing is that these projects are long-term. Usually, bank funding doesn't go like extend 10 years. It's usually 5-6 years. So what we say, we are going to provide you funding for up to 15 years. So you can really invest in those projects that have longer term to get the funds back. So this is the part of the funding that really accelerated because of the geopolitical context. And another part is then our Green Finance Action Plan. When we looked at the public investments and we looked at the goal, we see the gap. Someone has to fill the gap. Even if we are investing really a lot of funds into green transition, there is still this part missing. So we want to involve private funding into that, and we are doing it under the umbrella of this Green Finance Action Plan. So we base our experience on fintech, because we managed to really create a success story with fintech, and I think it's very good that we have this forum on sustainability now here, because it's also like a home of fintech. So I really hope that it will also become a home of sustainability, because we really need private funding to accelerate and to make our goals reality. So in that action plan, I already mentioned the Green Finance Institute. Another part that I think is key is database. Because for now, to label something green or brown, we don't have what to base our opinions on. And there is a risk if we call everything green, what in fact is not, it will demotivate, it will kind of wash the efforts of those that are actually investing in green. So this database will be a tool for companies, for those who provide financing, and for the state to make their decisions. As I said, we are kind of purchasing already through green procurement, so this will help also companies to prove that they are green, because for now, if it's costly, they may choose to be labeled like, I don't know, gray or whatever, not known, just because it costs to understand it. And the knowledge center is also very important, because when we talk about green transition, we had the recent situation that carbon offset that was investing in kind of offsetting carbon through rainforests proved to be inefficient. So carbon offset is like 2 billion a year business. Such companies as Shell, Gucci, Disney, they invest a lot of millions into that, and researchers from various universities gathered together, and they made a research that all those millions, they are not giving effect. It's not a scam, it's not a fraud. So it's not that someone was just kind of putting money in the pockets, just that the money put there didn't provide the effect. With that money or without that money, the result would be the same. So then, of course, the companies terminated their hundreds of millions worth agreements, and they invested new funds to achieve that goal. So by this example, I want to illustrate that it's not so straightforward, and data is the key. And also having in mind that our economy is so global, technology is the key as well. And such technologies as blockchain, artificial intelligence, big data, they will help to make the decisions and to really kind of crunch that complexity into something that can be used by policymakers, by companies, by investors.
Okay, so those billions and billions do sound as enablers, but as you said, we also need data, we need competence, we need courage to work with innovation. So it's a good mix. Yeah, sounds like a really good recipe. And you mentioned Rocket, and we are here at Rocket today, and Rocket is home for sustainable innovation. And we need also to touch upon innovation, otherwise it would be strange. So I want to turn to Erika. You come from Estonia, and Estonia is a great example how digital innovation is working or helping towards the overall country progress. So on that agenda, do you also have any sustainability-related topics? Is there something cooking already?
Definitely. I always say that digital Estonia and analog Estonia are not separate Estonians. It's all intertwined. It's all one society where people's lives are improved by technology. Again, we don't fetishize the technology on its own, saying, again, the same cool words, right? Estonia is developing their own AI model, and we're using blockchain for already decades. And it's all wonderful. Emerging technologies are wonderful, but they're a tool. And I also want to follow up on the crisis management that the last years have been. You know, you have one crisis then followed by another and another. It's like you don't really get to live in like calm times. It's just constant putting out fires. I think that right now that the energy question and be resilient and independent in our where we source our energy is right now put into focus. But that's not something that happens now. Russia has been using gas as a weapon for the at least last 30 years on at least our Baltic region, right? So this is not that something that's becoming evident today, that wow, we are so dependent on that source of energy and we should disconnect. Great that we're having this dialogue, but you know, this should have been addressed for a long time ago. And again, I'm coming back to consistency, that just because we have one crisis after another, sustainability should not be put somewhere in the background, and when it's calm again, we're going to address it. This is like the happy moment topic. When everything else is solved, we're coming back to this. I mean, we're running out of time. We don't have a lot of time, to postpone that issue. We need to tackle it regardless what's happening politically at the same time in the world. And also, digital and this sort of innovation is absolutely helpful here, right? We can use technology to accelerate speed, and that was exactly the mentality of Estonia. This post-Soviet, small Eastern European poor country. How we're going to reach, the level of living, and everybody advised, you just have to do the same way like the big economies are doing, and follow the footsteps, and then you're going to be a rich country. You're never going to catch up if you just replicate the same model all over again. You need to innovate. You need to do things differently. And that absolutely requires this sort of risk innovation. And similarly in Estonia, would it be the digital governance and building digital services? That was always a risky concept. So also similarly, we have an institution, Kredex, that is, this risk capital provider because traditional banks don't want to get into the business as they see it really risky. But again, we need to make green tech bankable. From the government level, as I mentioned before, that you have to create a good legal environment where this innovation could thrive, and not to build hurdles even more. I mean, the life of entrepreneurs are difficult enough as it is. So as a government, you don't need to put more and more conditions to slow down their innovation, but reversely accelerate their speed and let people to do business. They know how to build their own product or service. So the government does not have to build that for them. They just need to be the empowering force, saying that, and I completely agree, we are your first clients from the government. We're going to procure you because we see that we need to show example. We need to grow the customer, showing that we are going to transmit into greener choices. And be examples for the rest of the population. And this is why Estonia is among, well, I believe the first few countries that actually made evaluation about the impact, the footprint of our digital state, as it is really extensive. Right, we save already a lot. Paper-wise, bureaucratic processes-wise, digital governance is great, but it also has a great impact. And let's not, look away from that and pretend that, just because we do things digitally, we're already super green. So last summer, an extensive report was published, and that is one of the first actual footprint evaluations in the government to measure what's your impact as a government. So this is already good initiative, backed by data. And one of the results probably that I could illustrate here, that running 6 years government digitally is equal to 5,555 diesel cars driving around. So it's a big impact. But knowing the starting point, knowing what can be improved, and having the actual realistic data, having measured the situation, is a good starting point. So right now, also in our digital agenda, not only the country's sustainability agenda, but also the digital agenda has very explicitly the green component there. We procure green energy, we build green data centers, we're trying to, in the whole country, look towards renewable energies, but also in all of the server parks and data hosting centers, we can consolidate a lot of services, move more into government cloud, we procure microservices, we produce code that could be shared. So more collaboration, openness is the key, and not duplication. And this is a good tool that you can put into practice thanks to digital governance, because these things can be measured really well. And I completely believe that data is the basis of all of this. This is why Estonia also started an initiative, DEAL, DEAL, that is to publicly publish the data, the big data that we collect anyway, and scan it and analyze it and publish it in a way that this could be reused, this knowledge, and use actual scientifically based data for our decision making, not to make it out of a hunch, because again, the private companies can't rely on one government's hunch that something is going to happen, right? So we need to give the stability and sustainability for a longer period for them.
Hey, yeah, that is a really complex picture. And you mentioned creating favorable conditions for the business. I turned to Elius to ask, Elius, what should be done if we want to wake up one day after 10 years or maybe earlier and see that Lithuania has become a regional center of attraction for sustainable innovation and for all companies with a strong focus there? What would be the recipe?
Well, I would wish it happens sooner than after 10 years. Actually, it's happening. I mean, I can't, just stop on smelling these beautiful green things. I mean, they distract me so much, but these are nice. Try smelling it. Anyways, I think the starting point is great, especially for our region. I mean, we already have some fantastic success stories from Denmark, Finland, Ireland. I mean, they have really great, so to speak, digital strategies that relates also to the green transition. And those green transitions, we cover a lot of aspects. As we discussed from the beginning, that's transportation, agriculture, oceans, so many things. In Lithuania, I think the beauty is that we have many good components already into this. We have an industry. Our 20% of the GDP is done in industry. So that means we have a demand. We have many enterprises that can be, apply the technologies. It's not that we are in the green field and nothing is happening in the country. Second, on the energy, yes, we are a role model in Europe on the energy independence. This is also a big spotlight. And we have also mentioned the success of the fintech. So actually, we know how to do this. The only thing we need is to orchestrate all those elements together and play one symphony together. So I wish after this meeting, or we don't leave the room without deciding who is the owner and who is, so to speak, will be the spokeswoman or spokesman in front of the whole nation.
That is a very good wish. And we are actually coming to an end of our discussion, so it's time to wrap up a bit. I'd like to do that by coming back to the question raised in the title of our discussion. What will sustainability look like in 10 years? And I'd like to ask Vaida, imagine yourself in 10 years from now, and you also wake up in the morning, one beautiful morning, and you look back at everything Lithuania has achieved on this road to net zero. So what would make you most proud?
Maybe I will leave a dream to Mars, but I will add one more aspect into that. Now we focused a lot on sustainability that is green. We focused on the green part. But now the trendy words say ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. So, of course, environment is important, but also the social and governance part. And just to illustrate that by the moral dilemma, let's make it somewhere far. Rainforest, by protecting rainforest, would it be okay to remove a local community that lived there for years because we want to save the rainforest? So this is the social dilemmas that we will face on that transition, but they are very important. So in 10 years, I have this dream that we will continue doing the right things which are green, but we will do it in a right way as well, which is socially and governmentally responsibly.
I really wish this dream comes true. And yeah, our time is running out. So as we conclude our discussion, I want to thank very much my panelists today. And one thing is clear, the journey ahead of us might be bumpy and challenging, but it's the only way to go. So we will have to do it. And it will have to be more than just a dream. And both public sector and the business must act in urgency, courage, and also moral integrity. So everyone, let's buckle up well, because it's really time to put, as they say, pedal to the metal. And yeah, let's hope that in 10 years from now we meet here at Rocket and we have something to be really proud of. Thank you very much, and thank you, the audience.
Thank you very much. Amazing. First things first, applause, of course, but please stay in your seats for a moment. Do we have any kind of like short question from the audience? At least one. Oh, please.
First of all, I want to thank Elias for appreciating our stage, and you might not heard, but if you stay till the end, you can take some home. That's our sustainable action for today. But my question is to Vaida. I know that you mentioned it already a couple of times during the panel discussion, but since the repetition is the mother of learning, I've heard that there are a lot of funds for helping businesses to do the green transformation through the innovation. So if there are some businesses that sit here and they are perked up and say, oh, okay, well, we would like someone to help us to transform, right? What should they do? Is there a website to go? How will they know that they can apply for this?
So, of course, there is a website. It's called the esinvesticijos.lt. So you can find a lot of information there. And we also have an agency that is dealing with those funds. It's called Innovation Agency. They also have contact people for businesses in different areas. So if you find that website doesn't provide you all the information, I would encourage you to go and talk to that agency. That agency gives funds in form of subsidies. They have calls constantly, and even now there are calls for innovations. And there is another governmental institution, it's Invega, that is now hosting all the other promotional institutions in Lithuania, and there you can get funding in a form of loans or guarantees or even venture capital. So it depends on the funds that you may need. You can address those two agencies and they will get the majority of information to you. But if you check the website, you will find even more, because this path to green sustainability is even broader, and you can also find the money to invest into like green energy, solar panels, wind, as a company and also as an individual.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Vaida. This is a very good clarification, and I think this topic deserves to talk more about it. So I hope that we can expect you at Rocket here to elaborate on that, and I invite you guys as well to check our Facebook, our social media, and of course to register and come. So you're always welcome, and you're quite a frequent guest. Thank you for that. So one more time, round of applause.
Thank you.
Enjoy the day. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karolina.
Thank you.
Donati, your takeaway from the discussion?
Yeah, my takeaway, wonderful discussions. Of course, very competent group of people here. My takeaway is I feel much calmer because I understood that even if I do not know how this journey will end, it is still okay. I should not stop moving forward. So this is my key takeaway.
Great. Me too. I feel much calmer. Sometimes we really have this experience, this feeling that we are not sure, we do not know, we're exploring. And of course, you know, every explorer needs a map. So this is, we're coming to our next topic about exploring the landscape and mapping the emerging sustainability startup ecosystem. How we're doing that? Are we alone in this journey? So I think our next keynote is just about that.
So, to present this magical map, I would like to invite Head of Rocket, Lina Žemaitytė-Kirkman. A round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Please.
It didn't take an hour and I'm back again. Just a nice, easy topic in between the serious panel discussions. But I would like today, I could say proudly and possibly very well, for the first time in Lithuania ever, has been done the Lithuanian Sustainability Ecosystem Map. So I could jump straight into the map, but there would be no fun in it. So I will possibly quickly recap on what Vaida was saying here on the stage on our journey, how we from home of fintech, becoming home of fintech and sustainable innovation, and how does MAP come into this, and what is so exciting about putting a bunch of logos on one page. So a little story how we got here. So we, as everyone else, and as you very well know, realizing that sustainability is a not one-season fashion, as this picture illustrates from the fashion hackathon that we held here. There was a sustainable fashion hackathon. So it's not a one stage and not one season fashion. It's going to be here for a while, and it's very obvious that it's going to be weaved in every single business from scratch, fintech included. But I know there's a lot of business representatives here in the stage. So at the same time, we've seen that the sustainability ecosystem is very new in Lithuania and is sort of building. We have experiences with building communities. We've done that with fintech, I would dare to say, quite successfully for the last few years. And we've seen that there's no such place or community together for the sustainability ecosystem. And we wanted to help it grow. So we said, okay, we will be the place. We will be the home of sustainable innovation. So when you make that decision, which we've done 4 years ago, I think now, what do you do first? Well, first, of course, you write it on your door and you make a sign that says that. And then you go like, okay, so now we declared it. What do we do next? And we started doing events. Events like this one today that, thank you again for coming, and thank you for those who are watching online. But we're very happy that actually not only us alone started doing these events, but our partners as well, that you can see the logos behind my back. They started doing the events here as well. So we know that there are people who know what to say and who have what to say, and we are happy to admit them here and give them the roof and the stage to spread those sustainable ideas. Then we again looked at what we know very well, which is how to build the ecosystem, and we looked back at fintech and thought, oh, what worked with fintech? And with fintech, what worked was ecosystem builders. So once in a month, people who work in the area of sustainability would we meet up and share the initiatives, what they're doing. If you ask my team, they will tell you straight away that I'm a huge believer of joining forces, or joining two projects into one, or joining initiatives, because I think that if you do something together, you can make a big impact. And that's the whole idea of the ecosystem builders, of people who work in the sustainability area and have maybe in their own little circles initiatives to come together to share and to see whether there is any partnership or something they can join up and make a bigger impact. This is a picture of the very first one that happened in COVID years. Actually, now it's happening live here in the circle behind the closed curtains. If you feel like you would like to be part of these ecosystem builders, please do drop us a note. You can write to me personally, or you can write to Hello Rocket Vilnius, and we will invite you to be part of this group. What's next? So we have events, we have ecosystem builders. What else can we do? We actually created, with our dear friends and great partners in this, Catalysta Ventures, we created the first in the Baltic states B2B sustainability accelerator. The accelerator is a little bit different from your standard accelerator because I like to call it a sustainability marriage. So first of all, we talk to a business, usually it's a big corporate company, or medium corporate company that has a sustainability issue and believes that it could be solved through innovation, but they might not have an innovation department. So they come to our program, and we would usually find quite a mature and good quality startup that works in the area that they're trying to solve. We put them together for 3 or 4 months to work on the topic and innovate. And usually in that, after that, they either continue together or they say, we tried, it didn't work, let's try something different. If you're a business that's here today and you think you could benefit from this sustainability innovation as a service, as I like to call it, also please do get in touch personally or hello@Rocket Vilnius. And you can scan actually the QR code to find more information and be part of this. We've been running this for 3 years, and I hope we'll be running it for another 30. What else we've done? We've dipped our toes in the PropTech ecosystem because, as we know, buildings are one of the biggest polluters. Around 40% of CO2 emissions come from buildings. So we want to thank our partner East9, who are actually the owners of this building, but they were the ones who allowed us and together with us made the PropTech Sustainable Ideas Incubation Week, where we were looking how to make the buildings more green. And of course, as you entered, you possibly saw that we are a co-working space, so we opened our doors for the sustainability startups to work here as well. So if you are a startup that works in the sustainable innovation area and you're looking for a place to work and you would like to get everything that Rocket has to offer, again, contact us. It's at least 4th occasion that I'm telling you to contact us, and I hope you will do at least on one of them. And that brings us to the map. So again, we draw our experience from fintech. We do that for 4 years already, and it's an annual and really awaited event when we say, so these are the players of fintech, and we decided to do that for the sustainability ecosystem. So here it is, our very first map, and here I'm going to answer this question. What is so exciting about putting a bunch of logos on the page? And first of all, it's exciting because it lets you, people who work in the sustainability area, to be visible in one place together. It also lets you find each other. Who else is there that does what I do? It also helps you to find a niche, what's underserved. It also helps to represent Lithuanian ecosystem in one place, if you try to talk to people from abroad. This is by no means a no-end result. This is our start, and I hope it's first and not the last one. Please do scan this QR code. It will lead you to database, explore it, and if you think that there is someone or some organization that is not here and it should be here, do let us know and we will include that. And I hope that this is going to be an annual event, and next year on the Sustainability Forum, I will present the Lithuanian Sustainability Ecosystem Map #2, and it will be way busier with logos than it is now. So with that, I just also want to remind that behind every logo, there are people, and 10 of them out of that map, out of this map, 10 of those you will see today on the stage pitching their ideas, because today we have a final of Swedbank Sustainable Innovation Program that we have been running for very intense few months, and startups have been working very hard and preparing, and today's the day, the big demo day, when they're going to pitch, and we'll select the three final ones, and as I mentioned before, you will be able to give a public vote. So do listen to the instructions that Yekaterina and Donatas will give you, because that's when you will be able to give your vote. And I would like to finish with the quote from Nick Raine, who is a British geographer and explorer, who said, "Maps are an amazing things because they're like campfires. Everyone gathers around them, just like Rocket Team around this campfire here. They provide opportunities to share experiences and share stories and to gain better understanding of the world and each other." So I hope that you will use that map exactly for that. Share your stories, get to know each other, find new partners, and maybe become part of the map yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lina. Thank you very much. Exactly. The map, I can tell you how I use the map, how I already used the map. I needed to prepare a presentation where I needed representatives from the startup world, from public sector, governmental sector, from the enablers, and I just took already this raw version that I got the earliest, and I already know who is who and do not need to Google much. So thank you for that. This is really good tool, enjoy it, and we are jumping to our next keynote. And let me see if we're ready with the speaker. I think we do. Sustainability as a driver of economic growth, the role of Ministry of Economy. So our dear friend is probably rushing to the stage. And I think,
yes, he's here.
Yeah,
so
good.
I would like to invite on the stage a person I admire a lot, a great speaker.
No pressure.
The
Our
Vice
friend
Minister
and partner.
Yes.
Economy, the Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania, Karolis Žemaitis.
The stage is yours.
Please.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Warm welcome, guys.
Thank you. Also, I have a question regarding the slider. It might be a bit difficult to do that with my hands. Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, good day already, sorry. It's been a big, long morning, I think, for every one of you. And my name is Karolis, and I'm the Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania. And I have a great pleasure to be here with you and to maybe put some highlights on the main aspects that we look from the sustainability point of view, as well as looking at your enormous crowd. It's a really inspiration, and I think this is one of the first and one of the key events on sustainability that are happening right now in Lithuania, and I think this really shows how important this topic is when it comes to our current environments. So if you're looking at this sustainability topic, and I know that you already had some discussions with various stakeholders, and you had some presentations from various points of view, including the European one. And of course, when it comes to Lithuania, it's always a question how we deal with the sustainability topic, especially from the governmental point of view. Because in general, when we look at this topic, I'm also looking at this golden triangle of any sort of transformation, any sort of change. Is for that you need, first of all, and if you look at the table full of sustainable goods, it has to have stability. And to have stability, you need to have 3 points. Because if you have 2 points, there's no stability on the platform or on the table. And the 3 points that we are always thinking about when it comes to any sort of topic, but I think especially sustainability, is the question, how is the public sector involved? How is the private business involved, and how is the public and how is the society involved? And these 3 elements are the ones who are critical and key. And I think here it's a perfect environment when we can see all of these 3 aspects thriving in discussion. And when we look at the change and when we look at the transformations, I think we have to look at all of these 3 aspects. Of course, I'm representing just one of the legs of the table, and I'm very, very curious about to see how the other 2 are doing. And from the discussion, I see a lot that it's doing pretty well. So basically, for us, we see our role in helping the transition, up to 2050, to see how government can help and support the whole overall environment. So the priorities are 3, and I have to tell, in some aspects, they might be even contradicting to each other. And this might be a discussion also for later on, is how we ensure that on one hand, we have the industry's global competitiveness, on the other hand, we have the climate neutrality and also the industry digitalization. And these 3 aspects, these 3 pillars seem like a very natural match, and for us it seems like a natural match. On the other hand, in some cases, especially when it comes to, I don't know, today's buzzword of artificial intelligence, and ChatGPT that everyone is now discussing. But there is a big question about the energy consumption of that, when it comes to cryptocurrencies and blockchain. And as we are right now in the FinTech Hub, I think it's also important to mention also these aspects, how digitalization is also working hand in hand or not when it comes to energy consumption. Nevertheless, we still believe that these are the 3 aspects that are mainly important and focused when it comes to our role, and how we can help industries, how we can help to reach the climate neutrality and the overall digitalization. I can be proud already to say that Lithuania is a relatively digital country, and I know the majority of the crowd is, I suppose, from Lithuania, and you know it yourselves, and you know how spoiled we are when something is not working on digital, and we are not used to get the paper forms to post it somewhere because everything is online. If it's not working, then we're in big trouble that it's not working. But nevertheless, I think digitalization is one of the key and critical aspects when it comes to our sustainability strategy, because already I can tell you that 90% of Lithuanian public services actually can be done online. And I think it's still too much, 10% is still too much, that still is left, that you have to be physically doing something, but still it's a huge step forward that Lithuania has already achieved, and we are working very much into achieving that later. Yeah, when it comes to sustainability, it's always a big question about the industries and manufacturing industries, and the ones who are producing who are part of the environmental challenges that we have, but are also part of our economic drivers. And this is also this combination between the question about competitiveness as well as climate neutrality, as well as being environmentally friendly. And in this case, what we are trying to achieve is certain consensus and certain ecosystem. Because honestly, I have to tell you, in many cases, the problem is the lack of communication. It's very, very simple. Sometimes it's just no place to just speak with each other, express your concerns with industries, with policymakers, with NGOs. And what I'm really, really interested in is how we can facilitate this very simple thing as dialogue. And when we entered the government, it sounds very stupid and simple, but sometimes this is key critical aspect, is just to be able to talk with each other like human beings, explaining some challenges. And this is something when it comes to standards, when it comes to business environment, this is also something where we would like to not only to put fines and to regulate everyone, but also to have sort of consultancy and discussion environment, getting on the table both NGOs and, for example, industries. And also having clear regulatory environment from the government is also one of the key aspects that we always get, because it's not sometimes clear. So what the hell government wants from us, if we are business, and this is something that we are very deeply focusing on the new standards, and we really hope to have one licensing system, one-stop shop for these kind of questions, also to help businesses to transform. And I know that you already covered a lot of European agenda, and I think in Lithuania is very much in line with the European agenda, so I will not go deeper into that. Also, there's one guy who will be coronated in upcoming days, and he is famously also a very big fan of sustainability. And we truly believe that, also sustainability is part of our digital revolution, industry revolution, all these kind of different revolutions that are happening. And it's not, I don't think there is such a thing as sustainability revolution. I think sustainability is something that is not revolutionizing, it's something that is coming hand in hand and is coming as a platform to begin the conversation about certain revolutions that are happening. And this is something that we are very much clearly seeing from the businesses, clearly seeing from the society, clearly seeing from the NGOs. And when it comes to Lithuania's industry revolution, these are the main topics when it comes to our policies, is the technological competitiveness, being efficient and sufficient, being digital and green. Once again, these are the fancy buzzwords that each and every decision maker is using all around Europe, but this is something that we are trying to believe rather than just put on the PowerPoint presentations. And once again, I have to be very open. This is a process that is happening also inside the ministries, also inside the public institutions, because it's very nice to have all of you together, and I don't need to preach you about sustainability, but we need to do a hell of a job to do the same thing inside our bureaucratic ecosystem sometimes. And this is something where I'm also asking your help to help educate the public sector, to help educate us, to help educate the decision makers, that sustainability is not just some sort of a niche topic. It's something that, as I said, is a horizontal, is a platform for discussion. And from the industry point of view, once again, these are the main industries that we are looking at in particular. When it comes to renewables, Lithuania has a very strong focus on the renewable industry. Everyone is very surprised, especially when traveling around, that Lithuania is relatively big in solar energy. And everyone said, how come you're big in solar energy? You have literally no sun throughout the whole year. And I said, that's exactly why we're good in solar energy, because we're not spoiled by solar energy. We don't have sun. We need to be extremely efficient. We need to catch every minute that we have, and there are not so many minutes around the year of sun. So that is why, actually, one of the reasons why we are very good in solar energy, where our businesses are good in solar energy, because we know how to use limited resources, we know how to use these problematic circumstances that we live in as for our benefit. When it comes to hydrogen, we already have 10% of our bus fleet is going on hydrogen. This is something that being discussed all over the industry, and something that we have already also a roadmap and concrete projects upcoming when it comes to hydrogen. Batteries, it's again a key critical component to energy creation. And I cannot disclose, but there are several already discussions with big battery component manufacturers who might be choosing Lithuania as a location. And this is very, very inspiring, because you cannot just produce energy, you have to store it somewhere. And this is something that we have a particular interest in battery production. And that's something that happens, that is already happening, and we are much more willing to happen it again. Critical Raw Materials Act, I suppose the ambassador of European Commission already introduced you to certain aspects of the Critical Raw Materials Act, but we see it also from the security point of view. When it comes to Net Zero Industry Act, when it comes to Critical Raw Materials Act, Lithuania better than anyone can realize how important it is to have these raw materials, as well as how it's important to have sustainably, that we work with these raw materials sustainably. And we are in constant debates in Brussels, in constant debates and discussions with other member states, how we should be competitive. Is it okay to have our raw materials, I don't know, supplied from one country or not? And how we should diversify. So this might be also look like a very niche question about the sustainability, but also something that we are working on the global scale, how to not your eggs into one basket. Sorry for such a non-vegan reference when it comes to eggs. And the roadmap the roadmap of economy is also something that is being implemented. Also putting certain things, on a written form and certain things that we can agree upon. And maybe for some of you, especially the ones who are experts in this industry, these things might sound very trivial, So it's obvious, all of these things might sound very, very obvious. But also what I would like to stress again and again, these things are not so obvious outside of the sustainability bubble. And our role is actually to make that bubble not a bubble anymore. And I think we are in a very good direction. And for us, sometimes these roadmaps, the Lithuania's roadmap on circular economy is also something that puts very clear emphasis and very clear roadmap for the future. And for the lastly, I would like to also emphasize one also very small initiative that was presented yesterday, also a very maybe trivial for you, but I think important aspect is this question of food waste. I don't know if you followed the news, also there's a new proposal to have possibility to keep on the shelves products that are that doesn't have expiry date but has a best before. And I think for everyone, especially in Lithuania, it's very confusing between best before and expiration date. And for me, I always was finding surprising to have pasta with dates. Basically, nothing can happen to pasta or something else. So anyway, now this is also a very small. Well, it still will. Technically, it will have an impact on our food waste, but it's still relatively small change, but change that might happen that triggers some other reactions when it comes to our food management and sustainability. So I wanted to use this, as an opportunity to tell about it, because I think it's a very exciting initiative. It's a very also, as I said, trivial initiative, small initiative, but the one that makes the actual change. So this is something that we're looking for. Once again, we're very open for your suggestions, for your initiatives. Public sector is never perfect, and we are really trying to learn. And the main idea that I'm trying also to express to my team, and I think it's very relevant to the topic of sustainability, is we have to change the mindset of the public sector. And in many cases, the mindset is very regulatory based. We have to have the rules, we have to have the fines, we have to tell what to do and what not, and we have to have these fences and tell for everyone what to do. And I think I don't very much believe in that. And I would like to have this change that is, I think, happening from regulators to accelerators, that we rather than regulate, we actually would accelerate the change. We actually would accelerate the startups who are working in the sustainability sector. We would accelerate the companies. We would accelerate the businesses, the big bad businesses who are polluting our environment to change. So these are the aspects that we are trying to work on acceleration rather than regulation field. So thank you very much. My time is up, and thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, Karolis. Speaking about the dialogue, if you need a space for a dialogue, you know whom to write or whom to contact. So we are always happy to welcome you, colleagues, and of course the representatives from the audience to start a dialogue. So I will briefly ask if we have some urgent burning questions, and I see we have.
Hello, thank you for for your presentation. I would like to ask a very specific question because government is owning a lot of state-owned companies, and some of these companies have a big sustainability departments with even 6 or 7 people working in them, and in other companies there is still no single person who is responsible for sustainability. And in some of these companies, the CEO still think that sustainability is something fancy-schmancy, and they don't understand that in 2 years they will have to do so much, and that in order to report according to these regulations, we have to start changing things now. And even in the board level somewhere, there still is no single board member who understands what is ESG. So how do you think, how could the government change the situation, and maybe your ministry could be ahead of this change, because you know that these companies, the stakeholders are different ministries. Thank you.
It's a very good, very relevant question. I think, well, so the straightforward answer would be that we are drastically reducing the number of state-owned enterprises. So I think it has been already reduced dramatically, and I think it will be reduced up to the very critical amount of companies that has to be state-owned. And actually, so this is one aspect: is that that the state will not be pretending to do business, because I don't believe in state pretending to do business. I think state has to do the state things, and business should do the business things. So but that's in the long run, and that's a process. When it comes to sustainability in different kind of state-owned enterprises, of course, the level of the maturity is drastically different. And we have, as you very well pointed out, we have certain companies that have a very good strategy, and some have not. And actually, to be honest, some of those who don't have are in a very short pipeline to be privatized, to be honest. And then the problem might be solved because that will not be the state-owned anymore. Nevertheless, we have also the governance institutions who are working with these companies, who are helping them. And this is a transition. If you look at, 15, 20 years ago, which is not that long from the government perspective, the situation was terrible. I think this topic, I don't think if we would gather that much of the crowd here, not speaking about the state-owned enterprises. So I think it's a process. We're participating in that. Ministry of Economy is actually responsible for state-owned enterprises policy making. So this is something that we have a lot of discussions, is how to equalize or how to show these good examples for others to transform, unless they are, as I said, they're not right now on the pipeline to become private companies. And honestly, I believe that it is the market pressure. Sometimes it's a better way than a stick and carrot from the bureaucratic corridors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karolis.
Great question.
And if I may, I just wanted to double check if I heard it right. I heard you were looking for a place for discussions. So if you are looking,
yes.
Please, as Lina mentioned, contact us, hello@rocketvilnius.com. We'll be more than happy. We're very, very happy and proud to have you as partners. So please, come to Rocket. We'll facilitate the discussions, and we'll be part of this difficult journey.
The problem is that I might come back.
You see,
I might use your suggestion.
That is not a problem.
Okay.
That's not a problem. Lina told about that. I told about that. You told about that. You definitely need to come.
No doubts about it.
All right.
Thank you. Round of applause for
Thank you.
Thank you. And I liked the question from the audience that Donatas has made, and I really like this fancy schmancy. Sometimes I really feel you. And our next discussion is probably good that you are staying, Donatas. Please keep your eyes and ears open, because we are going to talk about embedding sustainability across the businesses. And the panelists will talk, they're companies' representatives, and they will talk how the sustainability could be embedded in the strategy, in the products, how to deal with that, how customers react. And one of the panelists is the board member, actually. So I hope that on the top of Karolis' answer, Donatas will get even more insights.
All right, and for this interesting panel, I would like to invite my colleague, Head of Communications and Communication and Partnerships, Camila Mazrime, Please, are you ready for this interesting panel?
Let's try.
All right, let's rock it.
Let's rock it, yeah. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's amazing to see so many of you. I thought sustainability is not quite of this sexy topic, but it looks like it is, right? So thank you very much for coming. And now, for this panel discussion, I would like to invite my honored panelist, Lilia Kuzmina, Head of Sustainability at East 9 from Real Estate Sector. Denis Gatsicha, Country General Manager Baltics at Schneider Electric, Energy Management Sector. Pavel Ladziato, Head of Private Customers Division and Board Member at Swedbank Lithuania, Banking and Finance. And last but not least, Vailantas Niviera, Head of Group Sustainability at Ignitis Group, Energy Sector. Hello, guys. It's really a pleasure to have you here and from so many different sectors and businesses that you are doing. And you know, I was thinking before this panel discussion, so what drives business? And you know, you have all of you have to go through some changes. So firstly, I would like to ask you, how have sustainability considerations evolved within your industries for the last few years, and what have been the main key drivers or changes? And Lilia, I would like to start from real estate. So what are the key drivers here for this change?
First of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. Great to sit by your campfire. Now on to real estate and sustainability. I think one of the previous panel participants have actually mentioned that real estate is one of the most polluting industries globally. So of course the focus of regulators and society has been on containing this damage. And the real estate players, owners, construction companies have really been in a spotlight for reducing environmental impact of their or our operations. So that's been kind of one of the core focuses for us. And then, of course, the playing field is not even. Some of the bigger players have more consistent and structured strategies how to deal with the impact. And for those of you who are not very familiar with real estate as an industry and our carbon footprint, most of the footprint comes from construction when we're using construction materials, and those construction materials are being transported. So that's about 70% of the carbon footprint of a building throughout the life cycle. And then you have the carbon footprint when the building is in operation, because the building is consuming energy, all these lights. It's not for free. And at the end of the lifespan, the building needs to be demolished. And this has to be disposed in an environmentally friendly way. So there's a huge lifespan, a product which is there for 50, 100 years. So if you're creating this product now, building a building, you need to know that it will be there in 50 years. Just think about it, we are talking about 2100. That's like the future when the robots will crawl the earth. But actually 80% of the buildings at that point of time already exist now. So it's still the buildings that need to be retrofitted, that need to be brought up to the standard which is in line with the sustainability agenda. So that's a huge topic, and I think I've already deviated. I don't even remember what the question was, so you just have to, to contain me.
Yeah, so we were talking about key drivers and changes that drives those changes. And what about people who are working in that sector? Are they driven by the idea of becoming more sustainable?
They have to be driven because the regulators are there on top of them, and the financial markets are there. Basically, I think in 10 or even 5 years, you will not be able to get any financing if your buildings are not sustainable. The tenants are there because tenants demanding sustainable buildings, pure renewable energy, construction materials that do not contain any toxic elements, and so on and so forth. And you have, of course, so you have the pressure from all sides, and even if you're, I mean, regardless whether you are a good-willed individual or not, whether you want to do the good for the society is already there and demanding that you perform up to certain standards. And then the level of ambition is up to you, where you want to just do the minimum or you want to go all the way. And it's a matter of, again, how well motivated you are, how much resources you have, and yeah, so on and so forth.
Thank you very much, Lilia. Dennis, you are coming from energy management and the digitalization sector. So what are the key drivers for your company? Because probably you already started being sustainable, right? And that start was like long ago, right?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you for being here, for having our company, to have ability to share our experience and so on. Thank you, Rocket, for this possibility. And also, what I want to say, so I'm so impressed to see so many people who actually are attracted by the sustainability. And I was carefully listening to the first panel discussion for the first speakers, how the maturity of the discussion and understanding from the different stakeholders actually changing in Lithuania here and overall in the Baltics. So this is important. Talking about and answering your question, let's have a look on this key drivers, let's say. First of all, I would like to start from the energy transition and the climate change. So the energy transition itself, if you look, before the war started in Ukraine, so everyone, or like majority, was understanding that there's something to support environmental aspects of this. Yeah. Now we see, and I think Vaida was speaking in the first panel, that energy transition is not anymore something to support environmental only aspect. It's a question of survival. You know, it's a question. It fully fulfills the Maslow pyramid. You know, necessity. So. And the climate change, yeah, we are on the path to, if we don't do any changes, if we don't start, if we don't act immediately, we will face really a big disaster, and we see it from the changes happening in the climate. So I would say the energy transition and the climate change, translating into simple, energy crisis is a climate crisis. I mean, they just equal to one another. Another key point, I think Lilia was mentioning also, this is war for talent, war for talents. For me and for our company, it's difficult to imagine, I believe for many of you, how to attract for the companies, for the businesses today, the talents if you don't commit to the environmental aspects, if you don't commit to the CO2 emissions, if you don't commit to the more green and more sustainable world. Yeah. Another point which is super important is all these disclosure regulations. I'm talking about the human rights, talking about the human and social business, more green and more social business and so on. And also, yeah, I mean, I would say this is kind of the major drivers that actually had influence and where the sustainability actually going through. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We also have Valentas, who is coming from the energy sector, and you are probably one of the biggest renewable energy company in our region. So could you also comment on the key drivers that is forcing you for that change, or not forcing, or leading to that change?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the question. Dennis took a lot of words from my mouth, I should say. But, and of course, we can have a small competition here who's responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions, retail, structure or energy. It's a question. But yeah, so the main drivers for us is, of course, climate change and all the questions which we have in this case. Because for a company like ours, Ignitis Group is a leading energy company in the Baltics, and for a company like us, it was a question of kind of living. Do we want to live in the future? Do we want to be this company which is needed in the future, this renewable energy company, or do we want to stay with those old traditional energy facilities? And the decision was clear: we want to be in the future. We want to take a big part in the future, and that's why I would say, transformed and are transforming at the moment to become this a renewable company, which would ensure that customers in Lithuania and other countries in this region would use green electricity, and that they could drive cars run by electricity, etc., etc. So these are the drivers, and of course talents, etc. They are all of those aspects which we are also thinking about and working a lot.
And probably also recent happenings in our region, mentioning Ukraine war, right? Probably was one of the drivers that led you.
Well, with these catastrophic events with the war, we saw that our path that we chose a few years ago, it is the right path, and we made really some good decisions in 2020 and a little bit before that, which helped us to kind of remain strong in this really catastrophic period we are having today.
Thank you. Let's move to the banking sector. Pavel, so you are probably very much regulated, right, from the regulators. So what drives banking sector for change?
Surely regulation as well, surely. But speaking about Swedbank, it's in our mission stated that we would like to contribute to building sustainable societies. So this is in our DNAs. Looking from the evolution of the sustainability in our company. So I remember maybe the first sites were that probably there is a problem, but not we are not related with that problem. Then probably there is a problem, but what could we do? Then some regulation came in. Then you just with the time, with the increasing level of awareness and understanding your role overall in the economy and in the business and in society, you understand that you can do a lot. And constant discussions with employees, with different stakeholders, is just making us clear and clear that we can and we are contributing a lot. So I would say just increasing share of awareness. We are working not like say in the vacuum. What's happening in surroundings with the climate changes and what we see, and we do understand that there is a sustainable future, and if you're not there, maybe there is no future. So this maybe I would say that the main drivers for us, for a change in this area.
Okay, thank you very much. So yeah, drivers is you are influenced, impacted. But what about the challenges? Probably there are plenty of them. Embedding sustainability into the strategies, embedding that into your people. So Lilia, let's start with you.
Yeah. There are plenty of challenges, of course, because for traditional businesses and real estate, I would label as a traditional business. Of course, sustainability is not a core competence. So it very often comes to the competence, since those issues that are critical and material for the industry, like circularity, like sustainable materials, this is actually not something that you can just come as an outsider and do an ad hoc analysis. This requires engineering competence. So very often you are relying on external competences, and these are complex issues. You need complex solutions to solve it. You need to involve a lot of stakeholders. That's why it's great to have this kind of forums where experience of different industries can find some synergies in between. Then, of course, when talking to the colleagues in the industry, very often the issue of divergent standards and frameworks is being brought up as one of the hinders, because for those who are just starting on the journey, it becomes very difficult to navigate in this environment. What should we do? What should we do first? How should we? Is it GRI, or is it GRESP, or is it something else? I think for me, those are, perhaps I forgot plenty of other challenges, but competence, very often we end up just realizing that we need more knowledge, we need more help, and frameworks.
Dennis, what are your challenges?
I can actually tell you our company who actually decided last year to took the survey where our company ourselves making the top 500 Forbes companies, and we did a survey. talking to the different segments and representative what are the key challenges talking about sustainability. And there's several aspects, and it's also relevant to us. First of all is stakeholder commitment. Yeah, how to make sure that there's dedicated executive committees and there's approach top-down, so to ensure that on different operational level we have this commitment. The second point is the data. The data and how to make sure how can we measure this data real time, how to make this data accurate and so on, and how to see what we really measure and how can it be used. The third point I would say, if we speak about the technology, yeah. So we see that more and more companies and the corporates they commit to the sustainability, to the different specific targets, and they commit without knowing potentially that today the technology exists, many of the companies, and how can they actually exactly make sure that their commitments and how can they deliver. And the last point I would say, majority of the companies do not know exactly what exactly they should do and how to do to cut the carbon, as an example. So this is like the different type of the challenges we have, and this is across our industry. This is across, I believe, the same when it comes to the talking to the buildings, real estate, talking to the finance, talking to the energy companies, utilities, and so on. So this is the common aspects and the big challenges that we need to find the solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Pavel, banks are probably impacting a lot of sectors and businesses. So what are the key challenges for you as a business?
As of today, I would say the main challenge, with the big distance from the second one, is that still we face that there is a low demand. I mean, for sustainable things. We are making, so info sessions, we're making presentations, we're speaking there and there, making conferences. But looking on our ordinary business and looking on our daily operations, this is not a deal breaker, or this is not the topic, which is being heavily searched by customers. So the demand is not there. I think the potential when look on the financial industry to support the transformation is huge. Looking around, on the banking or other, financial industry players, I would say that, maybe the level of readiness could be, higher, but we are ready to finance transformation way more. But there should be more, demand. So that's why, and one of the reasons of low demands, I do still think that on the final consumers, it's not only private people, but on the corporates as well. As a colleague just mentioned, there is just, the question of what should I do? What does it mean for me, sustainable? If I am sustainable, then what? This is not so, easy to change the behavior and to say that now on I will do this and that, and this is my way to sustainability. So the reason for low demand is still some gap about importance of the topic, and what would happen for me if I would be more sustainable, and if not, what would happen? So I would say the major challenge we are facing is a demand. And another thing, so we are in the process, for us it's a new business models. In the beginning, I remember everyone was looking and still looking on sustainability from the banking angle, that there should be cheaper something. Probably, but maybe there should be bigger value of something. Maybe you should bring partners to the topic, and to create more value, because just to give some cheaper money on cheaper payment or cheaper card, it can be, but is it really, the way towards sustainability? So we are looking how to create more value for the final consumer. Would it be, knowledge or some supplementary services or something else, just to help more for the people, for the corporate customers.
So as I see, listening to all of you, it still looks like something nice to have, right? But not something demanded yet. But Valentas, probably coming to your sector, it's already a demand, right, of renewable energy. So what are the challenges in your businesses?
Well, I could talk a lot about, my daily challenges such as data management, regulation, etc., etc. I could talk a lot about such challenges as technologies. At the moment, we still don't know how we are achieve all the targets, net zero targets, because still some emissions will remain, and we'll need credible solutions for the removal of CO2. But I guess what I would like to stress, where I would like to look today, is one of the biggest challenges Lithuania and a lot of other countries are facing, and you can see it in our materiality map, for example, when we were discussing what are the top priorities for our company in sustainability field or in general. You can see that our top priority is transparency, health and safety, of course, the security of energy system and the development of renewable energy. But one between the 5 top priorities was the competence of people who are working today in the energy sector and who will work in the energy sector today or after 10 years, etc. So I see that this is one of the biggest challenges because, for example, Ignitis Renewables, it is a company in our group which is responsible for the development of wind farms and solar parks, etc. They expanded more than twice in last year in number of people, and we are for sure planning to expand more and more. And we calculate that in the future we'll need thousands of new engineers, thousands of new people who will work in the energy sector in different parts of energy sector. For example, today we have around 75 different people with different professions working in the energy sector. So all of you in this audience, all of you behind the screens, you are welcome. In the energy sector, you will find a place for sure. And this is the biggest challenge, how we are making sure that there will be enough engineers, technology geeks prepared in Lithuania, and not only Lithuania, in other universities, so that we could, manage all this transformation, all these challenges which we are facing today.
Okay, so summarizing all of this, what you have said, so talent pool, lack of demand, reporting, people probably are the key challenges for today, right? For the big businesses and who would help to make that impact. Okay, so let's go to today. You are from different sectors, and as we heard, you are already doing a lot towards sustainability, towards the better future, decarbonizing. So what is already in your strategy, and how that impact has affected business performances? Dennis, let's start with you.
Yeah, sure. Maybe a few words about the company and so on. So we started our journey more than 15 years ago, so in 2006. So for
15 years old.
Yeah, 15 exactly. So when for majority of the companies and different businesses, it was just a mystery talking about the sustainability. So why we started? There are two competing objectives. One thing that our company as the player in the energy management, we believe that we need to play strongly and to help everyone to have access to the energy. So it's a human basic right to have access. And the second point is definitely we as the society, as the people, we need to make sure that we cut carbon emissions by the factor of 2 within the next 20 years. So this was just the starting point, let's say. And then we were one of the first who introduced sustainability barometer back in 2006. So what it means for each 3 or 4 year cycle, we have our commitments towards the world and so on. And we actually track our performance, and each 3 or 4 years we providing the new so-called Schneider Sustainability Impact barometer. Now we have, back in 2021, we issued a new one with the 11 global commitments plus 1 local commitment, meaning in each country, where we have dedicated commitments fully aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So, and back to your question, so looking at sustainability versus financial performance, I know that in many of the cases, sustainability usually cited as something super expensive. Absolutely our experience, and we see that they're not going against each other, I would say vice versa. they're going actually in parallel and they help each other. And we can see it. We are fully stocked, we're a stock exchange company, and we see that how our commitments on the sustainability, on different aspects of the sustainability, climate change, the more effective resources, diversity, and many things and so on. So helps us to be also sustainable in financial performance in the last, more than last decade. So.
Thank you. Lilia, probably real estate is really huge market, right? Is it expensive to be sustainable or to invest into sustainability? What would you say? How does that affect the business performance?
It's very expensive not to be sustainable because it means that you have to invest a lot in the future. So instead of doing small incremental changes and having a roadmap that is more manageable, you'll have to have huge investments when the deadline is there. So for us, we're quite a small company, maybe relatively large by the Baltic standards, but as we have our headquarters in Sweden, in the Swedish market, we are almost invisible. But we have the privilege of learning from the best ones in the industry. And globally, companies like Vasakronan and Castellums are actually global leaders in sustainability in real estate. So from that perspective, we have the direct access to the experts and colleagues in those companies. And as we embarked on our journey as a real estate company, because before we were an investment fund, from the very beginning we said, okay, we'll do it. We're doing it from scratch, so we'll do it in the right way. So we looked at the best practices, and basically we built our strategies based on those practices. So for us, there's no possibility to compare with the base case, what would have happened if we have not done it. But we, again, back to the statement that I made, since our product is a long-term product, buildings are there for a very long time, we cannot really, we have to be able to have a long-term perspective. And we have to kind of paint the scenarios of what happens in 20 or 30 years so that our building stock is future-proof. And we cannot change our strategies tomorrow and just rebuild our buildings. Therefore, we really need to see at what are the trends today so that we could shape our strategies in line with those trends.
So could you elaborate on some examples from your competitors that you were learning from, right? What are the key studies or good examples of being sustainable and profitable?
Just to make it maybe more entertaining, I would say one of the big things right now, it's embedded emissions that are produced during the construction phase. Because we know how to manage emissions during the building operations. Okay, you buy green energy, you have sustainable supply chain. But what happens with the emissions that are being done during the construction? You buy a building, you buy the emissions from the operating phase. But on what balance sheet the emissions during the construction end up? And there's one thing. And another thing is emissions that are being generated during renovation. There's always something that needs to be painted. There is equipment that needs to be replaced. There's a new tenant who is moving in. You have to rebuild. And in a big building, imagine 50,000 square meters building, these kind of activities are happening all the time. It's not managed. There are attempts to do it. Some of the companies create different kind of estimates, but still this is something in the making, and that's where the digitalization and competence, engineering competence aspects come in. That's where the real estate industry needs to bring in the competence from you guys, digital startups, and that's where we see the synergies that different industries have to come together and create solutions to a complex problem, which is, of course, a complex problem.
Okay, thank you very much. Pavel, talking about embedding sustainability like to your strategy, could you also comment on Swedbank Lithuania or Swedbank Group strategy and how this embedment of sustainability affects the business performance too good or bad, or?
You know, we are looking forward to this topic, and
we all do.
yep, and speaking about the first of all, sustainability embedment into strategy. So this is one of, I would say, of the core things in our strategy. And on the Swedbank Lithuania, we have even, you know, a separate program established which is running across the bank when we are, you know, broadly speaking, when we are speaking about, you know, changing behavior, and here in this particular topic, changing towards sustainability, we usually, you know, focusing on a couple of things. You know, the first thing very important is, you know, there should be information, you know, awareness about the topic in order for final consumer to create, you know, knowledge, you know, about the topic. So we have, you know, plenty of initiatives how we are, you know, communicating with our customer, with society, with corporates and privates. Even recently, we just, you know, launched, it was a sustainable home guide, just as one of initiative and examples, just for the people to get to know, you know, what can I do, you know, at my home that it would become more sustainable. And this is more like a platform for the future that any, you know, maybe some partners will come up, you know, with some ideas that you can do this, you can do that, you can do that, and this is a good experiences and so on. So information, awareness and knowledge is one block. Another thing is what we are very heavily working on daily basis is tools. I mean, you need to support the consumer with the tools. I mean, in our things, this is, you know, the advice thing. This, you know, one of our, I would say, you know, core things what banking has is the knowledge. So we are trying to share the practical knowledge on particular cases. And another thing of the tools is the products. You know, we need to have and ensure that our products or services, how we call them, you know, they are supporting transition toward to being more sustainable. So we are constantly reviewing our product portfolios in order to assess, you know, do it through the SFDR point of view or other things, you know, that our products are green or helping and enabling customer to move more toward green. And the final thing for the behavior change is motivation. You know, what is the motivational part? Why should I do this? You know, I know the topic, and there is a tool. Why should I do it? You know, so this is maybe the correlation with the business, because currently, our practice is more not to give a discount. Now, this is cheaper this is cheaper that, this is smaller margin, smaller payments, smaller this. But what we see currently that, you know, at least the pricing isn't, you know, a big game changer. So we currently are looking on the side how to create even more value, and we have started even more heavy to look on the potential partnerships, you know, how we together, you know, can create some value that you as a customer, you know, get the value, not, you know, paying not euro but 95 cents, you know, this is, you know, minor value, but to get something that you would say, wow. So this is our, I would say, major blocks. And on the impact on the profitability, you know, this is a journey, you know, we have a deep faith that this is the only future. So, you know, even sometimes smaller return is still a return, you know, but because if continuing to invest into, you know, the brown assets, so probably there will be non-return at all in maybe a very far future.
Okay, thank you. Valentas, you were talking about engineers and talent pool, right? So what about technology? How does it help, you know, to maintain or incorporate sustainability into the business?
Well, of course, technology is the key part also in this transformation, because when we are talking about the same development of renewables or solar panels, you know, they are getting cheaper and cheaper, technologies are getting more and more efficient, and that's how we are able to have more electricity generated on a cheaper price. Also, consumers is generating consumers, so prosumers, as we call them, they are also able to have solar, you know, models on their roofs and or remote solar plants. So the technology is the way which is leading the transformation. And of course, it is really important. Looking at the other side, for example, for energy efficiency, Dennis mentioned a little bit about that. There are also, I'm sure, a lot of technologies being evolved so that we could not only use green electricity, but so that you could use electricity wisely and really efficiently, so that we, you know, the best electricity, the greenest electricity is the electricity we do not use. And that's clear for all of us, and it's clear for energy companies, and we are not afraid of that. You can be sure of that. We know that there will be also enough of a demand for electricity for us to operate. So yeah, so all these things we are based on technology and new things which are coming on, and for sure we pay a lot attention to that too.
So coming from Sustainable Innovation Center, it automatically raises the question in my head about the partnerships, right? And I think you are doing quite a lot, you know, with the universities, with the startups, you are investing. So how do you see this collaboration with different stakeholders like NGOs, governments, startups, different communities? What do you see could be the driver for that match?
I talk a lot about key aspects and top priorities today, but it is like that. So also partnerships is a key thing, and talking about these competences, raising new energy specialists. We have a lot of partnerships with universities, also schools. Last year, a bit more than a year ago, with some other energy companies, we initiated the project Energy Smart Start, which has a really big goal to attract young people to the energy sector, and also really important aspect of that is to attract more women into the energy sector, because we are sure that there's a lot to do for women in the energy sector. And when talking about those technology partnerships or innovation partnerships, Ignitis Group is also paying big attention to that, and we have this Ignitis Innovation Fund, which is investing into startups which are looking for solutions on how energy could be more smart, how all of us could be more energy smart and more efficient.
Okay, thank you very much. And we're almost running out of the time, so I have the last question for you. I have more of them, but we can discuss it later on during the networking part, so please, all of you stay there till the end. So, looking at the future, so from all of your sectors, what key trends you are foreseeing? What will be important and trending in your sector? Lilia, let's start from you.
Of course, digitalization. More digital content in the buildings that are being used in a more sustainable way, not only from the point of view of materials and energy supplies, but also from more sustainable way of using the premises. Will be flexible use of buildings, because as you said, the most sustainable energy is the energy that is not being used. The same with buildings. The most sustainable building is the one that is not being built. So that's major trend.
So let's not build anymore, right?
No. Let's use the ones that are there, retrofit, and use them in a better way.
Dennis, what is your opinion?
Yeah, I will put it this way. So definitely it's about digital transformation and definitely electrification. Why so? Digital transformation, okay, overall, the digital makes invisible visible. So I was talking about the data and so on, talking about the efficiencies. All the digital technologies that exist today help us to be more efficient. Take the building, for example, yeah? With the digital technologies, you might be efficient 10 times more, you know? Managing all the resources, talking about lighting, talking about heating, talking about air conditioning. So, obviously, then what you have on top of this, you have today artificial intelligence, big data, whatever you have. The people today is somehow waiting for something else. Well, in fact, we have. It's not about the technology anymore itself. It's about how to train people to use these technologies. It's about changing of mentality. So there are a lot of things we can speak about our company about this digital transformation. On the electrification side, simply, it's simple talking about the climate change. The climate change, it's about the emissions. And emissions is about the energy. The way how we produce, how we obtain, how we manage, and how we use the energy. There are a lot of, not about the lack of energy resources, it's about a lot of waste. 60% of this is wasted in the buildings, in the industries, and so on. So we need to find a way, not only on the supply side, when I'm talking about electrification, to find how to replace the fossil fuels with the renewables or the green energy, talking about wind, solar, hydro, and so on, but also on the demand side, which is another side of the coin. Super important, where you need to be more efficient. And I can tell you that for the Europe and for Lithuania as well, our answer and our vaccine for the energy crisis is energy efficiency. This is simply, like with the COVID, we had the vaccine. Today we have our answer is energy efficiency. We need to find a way how we can manage the demand. be more efficient within the buildings, be more efficient with our industries, with the transport. They're the biggest polluter, and physics is so simple. If we reduce the combustion, it's all about combustion. As soon as we drive the demand, driving our cars, fossil fuel cars, we continue to create the demand. As we reduce, then we don't have this actually, and we're starting to have a completely different picture. So I would say simply digitization plus electrification, I think two things which will have, and today has and will have a strong impact, and that's what we have to do.
Thank you. Pavel, so what's going to be trending in the banking sector related to sustainability?
Well, apart from from regulations, I would say, looking.
They're always popular.
I would say, I'll be maybe narrow here, but I think that the success of sustainability and transformation into sustainability lies in heavy partnerships. What we understand that it's very, very difficult to be, when you are financial intermediaries, you are always, in the middle of value chain. It's very important, to fulfill all the value chain, with the additional, knowledge where other companies are having, with additional experiences, additional tools. And we have seen many, we are using many tools from our partners that we are bringing to our customers that use it, please, because these people have better competence and it's fine, So I think that looking forward, we definitely need to share and combine the assets, what we all have, someone have, good knowledge on the energy sector, someone on digitalization, someone on finances, someone on something else, and, just to build a value chain when customer will, start to demand it. Because currently, saying, I have cheaper money, so what? I have a good lamp, so what? So I think, the bigger value of this topic would, create a demand and pull the need from the customer side. So this would be a trendy thing looking forward.
So matchmaking and partnerships, probably, from your perspective. Valentis.
So I agree with all the colleagues, panelists, and I guess two words come into my mind when thinking about that. It's first of all, it's engagement and people. So it all depends, all the trends will depend, and on how we all are going to engage with what companies and the future has to propose to us. And I would say that the companies will do their best to propose new technologies, new inventions, etc. But it's really important that all people, all the mankind, would engage in that, would use those technologies and ask for a more greener, for a more sustainable future.
Thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and I'm really grateful for you participating here, and as well I'm grateful and really excited that businesses are really in the front of this transformation at the start point, right? And you are leading the sustainability embedding into different sectors. So thank you very much for what you are doing. It's really inspiring, and it's probably impacting a lot of people. So what we need to wait probably is for demand, engagement, and matchmakings that will lead us to our better future. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very insightful. I heard word partnership so many times. That's good. I believe that those guys really have something to partner on, even together, right? So charging station, I know that the Schneider Electrics, they have recently launched a solution for private customers or private homes. So that was on LinkedIn, I suppose, this week. Yeah. So imagine homes, charging, public chargers.
Swedbank was looking for partnerships, right?
Yes. Financing all this beauty. Exactly. So good. I see that audience even is taking notes. That's a pleasure for our eyes, I would say, and some pleasure for the audience.
Yeah, I bring the good news, the break. I know you've been sitting for almost 2 hours, so yeah, we will have a short break. Please be back at 2:30 p.m., so in 11 minutes. I know it's going to be a tough task, but we want to be on time. Yeah, and just a teaser after the break. We will have investor panel discussion, and of course, startup panel discussion, which will end with a representative from Reuters, who will share ESG Watch for 2023. So please take a quick break, have a drink of water, and please be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Everybody is already rushing because there are only 10 minutes, but round of applause for us, Donate. Woo! And for the speakers.
There are bathrooms by the taste map. If you pass the coffee shop, turn right. There are plenty of extra bathrooms there. Or toilets.
This is very important information.
Yes,
the bathrooms.
Yes, yes. Toilets.
Exactly.
Bathrooms.
Yeah. So don't forget we have the taste map.
And we need a break too.
Oh, very good.
Vienas,
We have
vienas.
sound. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's sound
Yeah.
check. Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming back. And now on to you, Saule. This is one of our startups in Sustainable Innovation Program.
Yeah, so please, Saule, tell us, what are you wearing today? Where are you buying your clothing?
So I would say that my approach to fashion is a little bit sustainable, maybe not fully sustainable. What I'm wearing today, all those are long time investments, and I'm wearing them for many years. And for example, this jacket I bought maybe 5 years ago, and
looks amazing.
Thank you.
Still looks amazing.
You look amazing. You look great.
I think that we should not buy any fast fashion, rather to invest in long-term pieces.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing, Saule. Enjoy the rest of the forum.
Okay, so thank you for your openness. And we're live. So in this part of the day, we will have the investors' view on the sustainable startups, and then vice versa, we will talk with startups and hear their view on the investors or on the startup community as well. And we will have the Sharon from Reuters, right?
Yeah, sharing the ESG watch for 2023.
And another coffee break. This is always nice. Spot on the agenda.
Before the show. Okay.
Before the show starts, we need to refresh ourselves and, get more ready. So let's start with the first panel. So the investors' view, what does the ideal ESG performer looks like? Who is this guy or lady in town who is attracting investors' attention? And for that discussion, I would like to invite on the stage the moderator, Andra Bogdanaitė. She is the partner at First Peak, and actually we're learning so much from them. So much from the First Peak team that I promise you that later in the evening, when we will have the startup pitches, I will disclose what we have borrowed or stolen, what kind of ideas from this team. Okay, so are we ready? Do we have the moderator, Andra Bogdanaitė?
Andra, where are you?
Round of applause!
A round of applause for Andra!
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks. How do you feel?
Perfect. Thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate it.
You look great. I saw your photos on LinkedIn. Your team is performing on the Tech Chill, so they're astonishing.
Yeah, thank you. If someone is going to Tech Chill, make sure to come by and listen. We'll have a couple of panels moderated by Jana, our managing partner.
Okay. Great. So the stage is yours. With no further ado.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So now I would like to invite the people who will actually tell you a little bit more about ESG investing and what is the perfect ESG performer for investors. So I'll go one by one. And first I would like to invite Greta Monstavice, the CEO and co-founder at Catalyst Ventures. I feel like we have this rock star entrance, now from the back door. Beautiful. Also, Hilary Pops, co-founder at Honey Badger Capital. Daiva Rakauskaitė, CEO at Lithuanian Business Angels Fund. And Vladas Lašas, entrepreneur, investor, and business angel. Great. So we have a very diverse group of people today, from funds to angels, and I think that we'll have a chance to really take a look at ESG investment from many different perspectives, right? But before we do that, I think it's important to set the right tone and to understand what is ESG investing and what is impact investing, because a lot of people actually mix it up. So Greta, maybe you could, as you're working a lot with sustainability and impact, maybe you could start on this one and help us understand the context.
Sure. Yeah. We at Catalyst Ventures, we started working with impact 5.5 years ago. So we tackled a lot of these concepts, and we tricked people to use different concepts and different things like that. So I would say in a simple way, if you look at this, the way we define it is ESG is more like let's not do anything very bad. And impact is how can we create value that is really meaningful and that creates positive change. Obviously, there are different interpretations, like different funds treat all of these terms differently, but I think ESG still has a lot of context related to like social responsible investing, which is let's not invest in guns or some like super bad things and everything else is all right, while impact is still, you know, you have different verticals and how can you reach sustainable development goals and how can be very mindful about that. And obviously there are also impact funds that are only tracking their returns on impact, even more so than the sort of financial impact. So that's like a very extreme end of the impact investing.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I was recently listening to this podcast that also tried to explain the difference between ESG and CSR, because again, people mix that up. And it was interesting that in that particular podcast, the speaker was saying CSR is when you do something bad and then you try to make up for it. And ESG is when you really try to avoid doing harmful things. So exactly what you mentioned, right? And in general, for those who are not aware, so it stands for environmental social governance. So just FYI. So good. I know that now a lot of funds, especially across Europe, are required to have ESG policies set up. So it doesn't mean that they necessarily have to invest according to ESG criteria, but in general to develop some sort of policy internally on how they treat ESG, how they make decisions, et cetera, et cetera. So Hilary, I was wondering if you have something similar at Honey Badger, and how do you approach this topic?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I think in order for my position to make sense, I would have to open up who I am a little bit and,
Sure.
and what we do. But I wanted to ask as well from the audience for a second. So how many of you are investors? Can I see a raise of hands? Nice. Startups? Okay, and then the rest, enthusiasts, I think. So I am from Honey Badger Capital, and we started about 2 years ago, me and 3 of my partners who are founders who exited very successfully from the Estonian CRM unicorn Pipedrive. And they went on to build their own businesses, but they needed somebody to take care of the startup investing as well, and that's how I fell into this position. And when we got started, we didn't really set up a mandate for us when it comes to geography or the sector. So in addition to Estonian startups, which is where we know people very well, we have companies in Germany, in Ukraine, in the US, and even Mexico. So we essentially can invest anywhere where we find someone who really inspires us. So the way that I like to name it is like a friend's office instead of a family office, or a super angel syndicate. And the same happened with sector, that we didn't really decide on a sector where we want to invest to begin with. But now looking back, it seems that we're going towards impact with every investment that we make. And I think it's my possibility to use this position to make these decisions as well, instead of just making, I don't know, HR processes more easy, or investing into another developer tool. Then I can use this power and money that I have to do something good, right? And we still do the B2B SaaS because that's what we know well, but we try to get more excited about impact, right? And now coming to this topic and ESGs, we don't have the obligation to do anything really, because we are not officially a fund. I'm not legally even allowed to say that we're a fund. But I have my own journey with ESGs, and I think at the end of the day, it's something that is quite useful to follow, especially for startups. So what was the question?
I was wondering if you do have like a policy for Honey Badger, because like you said, you're not like a regulated fund, so you don't necessarily have to build it. But I was just curious if you thought, okay, you know, we'll be a thought leader and we'll do it anyways because it's so important for us, or you still see it more as, you know, something that's very formal and maybe does not necessarily have to be a part of your everyday activity.
Yeah, I was planning to be a thought leader on this actually, but then I went through this entire process of calling everybody that I knew to ask how they did it. And we ended up with a really big, like a 30 people round table in Tallinn, where First Pick was there, and I think Vendab Capital and Contrarian Ventures as well, so not just Estonians, to understand what others are doing. And you had two extremes. You had the ones that were really digging into the due diligence and processes that lasted for months, and then you had others that were actually impact investors, but didn't really have this hard processes, because they realized that if they want to be an Article 9 fund, then it's going to make life really difficult for them. And I guess we fall on the second side as well. We don't have any real due diligence in this part. The crux of my job is to understand whether the founder actually wants to do it, whether they understand that ESGs are important, and whether at one point after the pre-seed and seed where we invest, they will be able and willing to do it. So, and at the same time, I believe that this will only work if we are all doing this in the same way. So in case there's a founder that says that, hey, I really want to do it, can you help me? Then we usually work with the ESG VC setup that's made, I think, by Seed Invest and some other bigger funds. So we just use this, send it, and help them with the process.
Okay, so basically you just treat every company separately, and then you try to see, does it make sense for them to...
Right.
To move in this direction or not. Okay.
And depends on the founder a lot.
Yeah, of course. How about you, Daiva, at Business Angels Fund? Like, do you have a certain policy when it comes to this, or it's more, again, customized to every company?
You know, we and Business Angels Fund do not have a special policy like an ESG policy, but actually I think that we are compliant, because we ensure or enforce the companies to pay taxes, to pay salaries to people in time, to invest in a sustainable assets, and so on, to keep ethics in communication with your clients and so on. And I think that in most cases, our companies and our fund are in compliance with ESG many requirements. So, but as you know, it's very difficult to make an ESG policy because I know the companies which have started to building that, and this is really a challenge to make such a policy and then to comply with that. So we will do that on paper. No, sorry, not on paper, but just written. That's for sure. But at the moment, we're still not. But I think that we are compliant.
Okay. Yeah, of course. Like, I absolutely agree that it's a tough task to come up with an ESG policy. So we have done this at First Pick, and I think it took us maybe 6 or 7 months to actually craft the whole policy that would be applicable for us. And we haven't done it ourselves. We have worked with external consultants that have helped us to build this policy inside the fund, because we didn't want it to just be there, but to actually make sense. So I could share that, like, from our experience, we are still very early. We are on this Article 6, so only the very beginning of incorporating ESG. And what we do is we try to collect the data from startups to have a better understanding on the ESG criteria. So we do it kind of afterwards, after making the investment, not before.
When we managed the previous fund, Baltic Post-Privatization Fund, it was in the years 1999 to 2006. That fund had a requirement before the investment to manufacturing companies to perform the environmental due diligence. So it is also like a part of ESG rules as well, you know, that the company where we are investing should not pollute the environment. So this is what I wanted to say, that ESG is not the new thing. This is, you know, coming just maybe from the old times to the new times, just with new clothes.
Yeah, for sure. It's just challenging that, you know, startups, most of the time, they don't manufacture anything. So how do you measure this environmental impact, the social impact, the company governance? Maybe you can, but with environmental, like, you know, if you have 10 software engineers sitting in one room, you know, coding, what's the environmental impact? So that's a bit tricky. But Vladas, also very curious to hear, how about angel investors? Does it matter for angel investors, you know, if the companies are they track their ESG scores, they are compliant or not, or is it still more important to have good team, good product, you know, and then ESG comes second maybe?
It's like components. If you have multipliers, every multiplier must be not zero. If one is zero, you cannot have a result, any positive result. So ESG is a very important part of it on what you say. Actually, being a business angel, I feel that you cannot see among the founders responsible for ESG or department of ESG. Business angels invest in a very, very early stage, and then you need to look if these values, if the vision and mission what the founders see align with that, if these things what are important much later for the company are embedded in the mindset of founders. And that's very much relates to longevity of the company. And we as investors look for the long range and good growth. And you need to not only say, but do what you say, what you preach. So I'm very happy to see that on the next panel, out of 4 startups, 3 are in my portfolio. So I was not influencing the selection of the panel members. I think that most of the business angels understand that and look at that way.
Okay, well, that's great to hear, and congratulations on good investments then. Clearly, you know, they are ESG related. I'm curious, so, you know, we use it almost as a buzzword. We say, you know, impact, sustainability, ESG, we mix these things up. What is it that matters for you as investors when you're looking at ESG? Maybe some specific things. We now discussed, yeah, that environmental maybe is difficult to measure. So yeah, Vladas, what is it that you look at?
That short ad, ESG looks like some corporate buzzword, but not everybody understands. But if you look back to the history, ESG was coined by the article in 2004. And the name of the article was very simple. Who cares? Win. And that's what we are looking for. That our investment startups win. So they need to care about all things around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I can share from our side, for example, some of the things that we measure, we take a look at is diversity inside the team. So the co-founding team, how many men, how many women are there, the team in general. Later, when the startups have boards, then how many women board members do they have? So it's mostly from our side about the governance inside the company. So like I said, we don't really look at environmental things that much because we don't make too many hardware investments. And also in terms of the social impact also, it's a bit difficult to measure. But I was wondering, maybe there are some things that, besides this, that maybe you look at. I don't know, Greta, maybe you could share.
Sure. I think for our startups, some startups are very strong on the social side. So we generally look at a very broad metric of lives made better, right? Lives made better. And then on the environmental side, it's about CO2 and CO2 captured. This is sort of like a very top line, very broad metric. What we always do with all of our startups, we incorporate this impact measurement workshop in our acceleration programs. And with these sessions, we did like 4 iterations, I think, of our impact measurement. Because in the beginning, we were very much idealistic in a way that, oh, but like we would love you to look at your impact from this point and this point and this point, and there are this metric and this metric and another metric. And then we saw that it's becoming a real hurdle and like a burden for a startup to actually report on all of these things. So we iterated a lot, and we ended up with an impact measurement workshop that consists from basically 2 workshops, and it's very much based on the client value, enriched with the context of society and environment and all of that. And after these 2 workshops, we end up with having pretty much like 2-3 main verticals, like key impact areas as we call them. And in those impact areas, we have 2-3 metrics that are most important and that are useful actually not only for us and our ambitions for them to measure impact, but actually it's most useful for their fundraising and for their sales. Because a lot of companies, like because we're accelerating mostly B2B companies, a lot of them also care about impact. So this becomes a tool to sell and a tool to attract impact investors and other investors who are also trying to figure out, oh, what do we do with our impact and how do we talk about it? So I would say like few very broad metrics to guide us, but then we sort of go deeper and really understand what kind of metrics are super important. A few, but like super important and useful, most importantly.
Yeah, I think it's interesting how there's now this group of investors that only look at companies that have, you know, these ESG scores, for whom the impact criteria is very important. But I'm always curious, you know, do we do this because it matters, or do we do this because we think it matters? And I was actually looking for some data to see if there is a relationship between like financial performance and ESG criteria. I was wondering, maybe you, Hilary, know anything about this from your experience? Have you seen that companies with good ESG and impact scores are doing better?
I tried to look for the data as well. I didn't really find any good sources. There were like numbers that the ones who do follow ESGs can get 9% more money in the next rounds than the ones who don't, but I don't really know these numbers firsthand because our investments are at the very most 2 years old and done in pre-seed and seed. So it's going to take at least like 10 years for me to first understand whether they're going to do good or bad. And then I don't know even how yet to understand whether it was ESG that made this difference or it was something else. So in this sense, it's a pretty difficult thing to say. But I think if you just logically think about it, like ESGs is building a structure for your company, right? It's understanding what your board should be like and what your processes should be like and risk mitigation. So it's not even if we leave out all the impact side, then it's still like a good way to do business. So in my mind, it can only have a positive impact unless you spend like months and months putting it together and neglecting all other business results. Then I'm hoping that maybe in 10 years we can meet and discuss this again, but now first-hand experience I don't have yet.
Okay. Well, yeah, from a rational point of view, it seems like it should be true, right? Because you set good fundamentals for company management, for internal governance. So you would assume that then, you know, the financial performance is also good. I'm also curious what will happen with the VC funds, whether the ones that care about ESG or impact will perform better in the long run. So in 10 years, we have to come back here to Rocket, and then we can discuss and see if it actually makes sense. But okay, so let's say, you know, we look at a good ESG performer. We think it's a good company that's creating impact in general, you know, but maybe has a bit weak business fundamentals or bad financial performance. But, you know, it's incredibly good in terms of ESG. You as investors, would you then say that, okay, I'll make this investment decision, I'll make this bet, or still, you know, it's very important to have the good fundamentals? How do you see this? What's more important right now for you?
Maybe for me?
I don't know, for Daiva, maybe you can share.
Go ahead.
Yes, at first we are then looking for opportunity. Will that company will be able to earn money, to be profitable? And actually, I am counting that currently we have invested to 18 companies and almost half of them are working in like a sustainability or ESG segment. And not of all of them are profitable, but we still believe that the companies can make profit. So, but we believe just an idea that this is the future and we should do that. So if answering to your question, what do we do if the basics are not so good? We are looking at the idea of the company, what we're doing, and we, in some cases, we decided to invest.
So for you, kind of this vision in general is sometimes more important than having the good unit economics in the very beginning.
Because the market is increasing. The market where these startups are earning money, it's expanding. So therefore, we see the future.
Okay. Vladis mentioned that you have to have all components, all the different parts. So I guess for you, it's still important to see like good business model.
In case if you see the team is zero, so you cannot invest.
Yeah, it can be best.
But if you see that it's potential to grow from 0.5 to double digits with your support, with your investment, with your mentoring, so it's absolutely worth investing.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe I can play the devil's advocate here a little bit. I do think that the unit economics is really important and the financial state is important too, maybe in the future, but if there's no chance for it, then you can have like the best company in the world doing everything great, but if it's just two people, it's not going to have an effect. So I don't think one can work without the other. You have to have the financial success in order to actually make a difference and reach to people and reach companies and other startups as well.
Yeah, I agree with you actually. And I think that the market is also changing now. Maybe Greta, you will be able to comment on this. In general, I remember when companies started to talk about sustainability and impact, very often they forgot that they still need to think, okay, so how can I make money out of this business idea? You know, of course, it's incredibly good to come up with ideas that will change the world, but very often they didn't think about the business side at all. Do you see this changing? Do you see that more startups are now beginning with the fundamentals next to, this big vision of like improving society, environment, whatever?
Yeah. To be honest, I think it's a little bit of I would take a little bit of a step back and think about how we frame these questions to begin with, because we're questioning whether companies that create positive impact on society and environment, can they be profitable to begin with, right? And I think the more value the company creates and the more it is integrated into their product or a service, the more business potential they also have, right? And it's the thinking that they may not be profitable, I think it's also comes a lot from this, again, like social responsibility bubble, which is like almost like philanthropic NGO type of thinking. And for example, for the startups in the startup ecosystem, and we've been here for a while, we don't really see this lack of commitment to scaling or lack of commitment to profits even, right? You may see it a little bit in these maybe NGO types of companies that are transitioning to be maybe social enterprises and then social enterprises to startups. That's definitely the case. But for the startups, we don't really see that much of this fear of making the profit. And I think this is a very different ecosystem than the one that we are imagining that's only solving philanthropic challenges and not making money at all. Because also another point on that is that sustainability challenges are some of the biggest challenges, right? And in any demo day, like I know Hilary and I will be in 2 days probably sitting in one startup pitching contest, we're going to ask about the size of the problem. Like, is this really a problem? And if you ask, is this really a problem for anything related to sustainability, it's definitely a problem, right? So I think it's super important to think how we are phrasing these questions and sort of where are we putting our biases that came from maybe different worlds of NGOs and maybe social enterprises a little bit, and we are transferring them to startups, which is not that often a case.
And in your programs, the ones that you run with the startups, do you see that they still need support when it comes to this? Or like once they start talking to you, they already think about, okay, the business viability in the long run?
I would say it's the other way around. They always think about business. They don't always think about impact. But this is where our role starts, and this is where we support them either to understand their role within sustainability and what kind of impact they are making and what kind of management or like sort of how to enhance that impact. Or they're a startup that has creating something impactful, they don't really understand about it, but we then support them in that transition of perception and thinking and supporting them in how to capture that value that they are already creating, but not using for their sales or fundraising or scaling.
Yeah.
Just to add to what you were saying, I think not even more than 3 years ago, you had two types of investors. You had the investors who wanted to save the world or make an impact, and then you had the investors that made money. But it seems like today, at least, those two things can be considered as one already, which is really good.
Yeah, and just maybe the final comment on that, I think our main goal during our programs and when we're supporting startups is to support them to integrate their impact into their product or service so that it's really not possible to take it out. So whenever you're making a sale, you're also creating impact, and that's not two separate things.
Yeah, yeah, but it's. I think it's great that you have this opportunity to educate the teams, right? The startups, because often they, like you said, they don't even think about leveraging this themselves when they're making sales, when they're fundraising. I'm wondering, Daiva, maybe you, when you work with startups, do you do any type of support so that they would really strengthen their either the impact that they create or maybe the ESG criteria that they have? So,
of course, if we see the opportunity that we can enforce them to do something, I mean, towards better ESG compliance or on that side, so we're pushing, let's do, of course. And but actually, most of them are doing themselves. What is, I'm surprised and I'm happy that the people, I think our people to which we have invested, they do themselves. We just support them. Say, okay, we support you and let's do. So, and we're happy. So here I see Vlada, so just, I'm happy to see her super. What you are doing, you know, and to all of them.
That's great. From our side, I can be honest, at the moment, we don't really do any training on the ESG scores or on impact. I think this is something that we would like to incorporate and do more with the startups, so we have it somewhere in our roadmap to really start integrating this. But it's interesting to see how the companies themselves change over time. So what you said, we actually have a chance to observe it as well. So one of the teams that we have backed, Heavy Finance, also yes, we have one of the team members over here. So also they have over time transitioned and created new products that are related to environmental sustainability. So now they have these carbon credits, which they didn't have before. So actually, the startups very often themselves just transform and adapt to the changes in the market and the needs of the customers. So I think it's also not only this top-down approach that investors have to tell startups that you need to think about impact, you need to think about your ESG score, but it's also coming bottom-up from kind of the customers and the customers requesting for more sustainable, more environmentally friendly solutions. So it's kind of like a combination between the two pulling forces, you know.
And maybe the third one is the government as well, and the legislation that's coming into play.
Yeah.
And also I'd like to mention, yes, it was in my experience when I was said that if Daiva, you once more again will mention, please be compliant with ESG, we will remind you. Something like that, you know. But I think that's temporal, you know, and the time is changing and the people are changing their minds. And such a who are against such requirements, I noticed from more older companies and who, you know, already has the discipline, the business, how they are doing business, they have their clients, we do not want, you know, to grow, but they will soon be required from their customers that they should be compliant. So they will change. And I see the progress in a positive side.
Yeah, for sure. And when you say all, like older companies, you mean more mature startups?
More mature, yeah, like companies 10, 15 years old and older.
Okay. You work a lot with corporates, right, Greta, at Catalysta Ventures. What do you see? Are there more corporates that care about this, like when they want to work with startups, or it's not yet, or it's more important for them to find companies that fit their industry, fit their solutions?
We work with corporates to the extent that we support their sustainability challenges being solved by sustainable startups that have products that can solve their challenges. So what is interesting in that exercise that we're doing, we've done by now 15 startup corporate partnerships, so we've with some of the biggest brands. So I think we've gathered quite a bit of experience. So I would now categorize it in sort of two different parts. So one part is about being very much aware of their own sustainability strategy, their own sustainability goals, and sort of the intention being driven from the sustainability goals. And therefore, if a startup is able to say that we can reduce or capture, I don't know, X amount of tons of CO2 for you if you're using this and that solution, this is something that they're curious about and that creates value and so on and so forth. But then I would say even the larger group is, corporates that are interested in making their business better and having new products, having new services, testing new business models, and something that really adds up to them being a good business. And luckily, sustainability is a big part of that. So we can work with like employee engagement, we can work with different processes that happen internally within the companies from environmental perspective or social perspective. We can work with new products that have a sustainability edge to them. And we can test all of those things in a very efficient manner using the startups and supporting startups and getting new quality clients or investors, and for those companies to just do a really nice business-based decision to work with startups. And sustainability is something that is sort of an added benefit of it, which they usually maybe not always start with, but then they always end up with the value of that at the end of the day.
So this is, I think, when you started talking about the corporates and their two different objectives, so it's exactly what I mentioned about this podcast, CSR versus ESG, right? Reducing the impact, the negative impact that we have on the planet versus actually empowering change and creating change and doing something better.
Yeah, but also even being mindful of what sustainability is to that particular company, because the ones that are mindful, they immediately can connect directly the benefits of sustainability and sustainable value that the startups are creating for them. And the ones that are not mindful yet, they just see the business value. And that's also good enough for us to start with. And then we're sort of showcasing how that develops into more meaningful sustainability work as well.
All right. Yeah. Good. So we are approaching the end of this panel, and I think for the kind of closing words, I would like to raise this one final question, which is how can we encourage companies to really prioritize ESG? It's clear that for corporates it matters, for investors it matters, for startups in general it matters, right? But what can we do today to maybe just empower more startups to think about, okay, what's the impact? How do I govern my company? How can I become better tomorrow from where I am today? Small tip from your side. Yeah, go ahead, Vladas.
Tell your story. Tell others' story, which inspires others. It reminds me about the panel in New York, which we did in 2010, about the sustainability, about the climate change. That was Richard Branson and other entrepreneurs. We started Carbon War Room, and we tried to spread the idea that a lot of things can be done good for Earth and also good for business, profitable business. So we created a lot of conferences across the world, creating climate wealth. And you know, I would say that it's like a trustworthy person. The people who run businesses should be business worthy, because only then, when they care all about what the sustainability ESG is about, they are really trusted to run business which lasts for a long time and serves for millions.
Perfect. I don't know what else to add to this. It's a very good closing remark, but maybe you have something else to mention here.
I can add something. I think coming back to your initial point that you don't really have to influence the ones who want to do it. They will do it anyway. You can just guide them. But for the ones who haven't thought about it and don't really want to do it, just show them some facts. Show them that having at least one woman on the founding team will make your business better. It will de-risk your business. It will just make sense financially as well. It's not about just soft values. You have to do it if you want to succeed.
One fun story. With Carbon War Room, we organized the climate and conference in Caribbean for the island states. And we had 12 heads of states, and we provided them all for them the roadmap how to go out from fossil fuel energy system to renewable. And you know, all the signing the agreements, and at the end of the conference, and one was head of state of one country was just observer, and he stand up and say that, wow, I missed that opportunity. I didn't saw that that it is necessary for our country. And then Richards stand up and where's the paper? Just sign together. I will sign on one side, you sign another, and that's when another country was on.
Nice.
So that's how you can get others on board with your fascinating idea.
Yeah, it's never too late.
Yeah, I would say ESG is your lifestyle, of yours and your clients.
As simple as that. I would say there's a very simple way for anyone to do something to encourage for any investor, which is, I think, just ask about it. Even if you're not knowledgeable enough to evaluate the answer that they're going to give, I think asking about what is your impact on society and environment, that's it. That's good enough, because they're just going to hear this question again and again, and they will come up with an answer. And you don't need any knowledge to ask that question.
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you for your insights. I hope that you found this valuable and you have a slightly better understanding of how investors are thinking about ESG and ESG performers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is always a pleasure to see so many investors in here. We're very excited to see you. And
I'm here. If you're looking for me.
I thought I lost you for a second.
Reflections?
We just saw the investors view, right? Where investors are, there's usually startups, right?
Exactly. I heard that Vladas Lašas mentioned that 4 of the startups that we'll see in the 3
out of 4.
3 out of 4 startups we will see in the upcoming panel are in his portfolio, so definitely.
We did not plan this. It is accidental, but I think it's a sign that we selected the right startup. So I'm very, very anxious to hear what's coming out next.
So Green Entrepreneurs Gathering. So another panel exploring the vision for a green future. And this panel is moderated by our friend and actually one of the best moderators this scene have ever seen, partner at Catalysta Ventures, catalyst and connector startups, investors, and just great people. Please give warm welcome to Alex Gibb.
Thank you. Very kind welcome. Lovely to be here. And I can immediately welcome my speakers onto the stage. So please come in. We have Yeva from Mindletic. We have Žygis from Lectrium. We have Tarmo from Single Earth, and we have Vlada as well from Walk 15, so please take a seat. So we're running a little bit late with the whole schedule, so we're going to try and catch up a little bit of time with this session. But I know we've got 4 really interesting speakers, so I'm going to jump straight into it and ask them to start to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what they do. The structure that I'm going to use for this time that we have together is that we're going to be talking about where we are today. So what are the problems and the challenges that we're facing? What's our vision for the future? So we're going to hear 4 beautiful visions, 4 inspiring and exciting visions for the future. And then we'll think a little bit about how we're going to move from the problems of today and towards this vision for the future. So this is our topic, and let me jump straight in. So Yeva, please tell us a little bit about Mindletic and what you're doing.
Hey guys, really nice to be here. Mindletic is a mental health gym aiming to predict and prevent destructive behaviors, which is in relation to sustainable living. When we are more constructive, we can make better decisions, more sustainable decisions in the future. So I'm happy to represent Mindletic today.
Excellent, and we write here about the green future, but naturally I think we're really talking about a green, healthy future, mental health as well. This is not just about the planet here.
That's for sure. We are talking about sustainable communities, making sustainable decisions there, living healthier, longer, which is inevitably related to our mental health and emotional awareness. And by being more aware, we can be more sustainable in all ways possible.
Super. Thanks, Yeva.
Hello, guys. My name is Žygimantas, and I'm co-founder of Lectrium. And with Lectrium, we are making every home in the US electric vehicle ready. Because homes in the United States of America are not ready for electric vehicle adoption yet, and we'll have 28 million people in the next 7 years installing electric vehicle charger into their homes. And for us, it's a challenge to use a charger as an instrument, eventually to connect every house into one virtual power plant. And that's really exciting.
So Shigi, you're talking about the US as your core market, but let's just do a quick test with the audience. Put your hand up if you have traveled in an electric vehicle. Pretty good numbers, pretty good numbers. Now hands up again if you own an electric vehicle. Okay, few less than before. So we have some potential in the room as well.
It's okay, maybe they're using car sharing, so it's even more sustainable.
Even better. But I think the conclusion there is once you've conquered the US market, we've got a little bit of room for development here as well. Žiga, great, thank you. Tarmo, welcome, tere.
Tere, täna otsustasime eesti keeles rääkida, nagu ma aru saan, et meil on suur publik siin. In English, hi, I'm Tarmo. I'm not co-founder. I ended up in an entrepreneur panel, or I am entrepreneur in several other companies than Single Earth. In Single Earth, I'm doing communications, helping with storytelling, and basically Single Earth is on a mission to just save the planet. Nothing more, nothing less. The mission is vast. We're starting off with the trees and the forests, with a logic that instead of planting trees, it would be much better for the world and for the climate to actually keep the trees growing in the forests. So we are creating financial incentives for the forest owners not to cut the trees down. That's what we do.
Fantastic. So I guess the keeping the trees is totally on topic. It's something that I personally really believe in and support. So that's great. But again, we can just do a quick test with the audience. How many of you, hands up, if you have planted a tree ever?
Wow.
Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. This is a cool audience. Thank you. Great. So Tarmo, very warm welcome to you as well. Vlada, tell us about Walk 15.
Hello for everyone. My name is Vlada. I am founder of Walk 15, a sustainable walking platform. And regarding the plants, actually, this year we already planted 50,000 trees. And next week we will plant about 10,000 trees, but actually from steps. It's a different story, And regarding the vision, our vision is to do that, that our world will be a little bit better place to live. And actually, we are walking. I have no car. I walk.
And Vlada, how many steps did you do yesterday?
Yesterday?
Can you tell us?
Actually, I can look. Today, it's not much. As usually, you know its answer. And yesterday, it's, I will look, it's 8,000, it's about 10,000 steps.
Pretty good,
Yes.
pretty good, pretty solid day. And again, let's just check. Anybody in the audience, have you downloaded the Walk 15 app? Okay, pretty good representation in the audience. And did anybody do more steps than Vlada yesterday? So more than
I think
more
yes,
than 10,000
I think,
yesterday.
I think,
Okay, very good, very good. Again, solid,
but actually,
solid audience.
our Birute, she's senior lady, and actually she already walk around the world. It's and she has I don't know, she did every day about 60 50,000 steps each day. Yes,
Wow.
she has a lot of time.
50, 60,000 a day, that's
It's,
seriously impressive.
and she has 20 grandkids.
Wow, wow. It's probably chasing after all of the grandchildren. That's already 50,000 steps.
That would be running.
Great. Let's jump in then to the topic, and we're trying to create and explore a green vision, or a green planet and people vision, so positive vision for the future. But let's just be clear about the kinds of problems we're trying to address. So why do we even need a brighter vision? What are the challenges there? So Tarmo, maybe you'd like to start.
No, I think I have today already here been defined as the cynic in the group. So I think brighter vision is something desperately needed for the people like me who look at the IPCC reports and the climate change and see that nothing happens. And as a journalist, I've followed politics too much over the years, and it's totally pointless. I was looking at the first panel today, great panelists, but they were speaking a lot and they didn't really say much. Just a journalist commentary on the politicians on stage. So I think kind of overall the climate is fucked up. There is no real general consensus to actually do something. I mean, yes, we hear speeches and UN is speaking a lot, but UN, we've seen with Ukraine and the wars that, how capable of UN is to do anything. So, I mean, I think to your question, yes, the world is fucked up.
And I think we all agree. When it comes to sort of the mess with the climate, what is the metric or the number or the thing that you're looking at that most concerns you? Is it temperature change? Is it carbon dioxide volumes? What is the challenge in your mind?
For me personally, what I look is the amount of extreme weather events. Because for me personally, that's having the most effect on my life. Because my home is on an island in Estonia, I see the storms growing every winter. There are not only September storms anymore, you see them also in the springtime. The trees are falling down, the houses are being hit, the roads are blocked, the snow is taking down the power lines, and so on and so on and so on. That's what I'm personally following. But it's of course easiest thing to follow is the carbon dioxide, because there is a market for that, there is the kind of the global statistics for that, and that's the first stepping point. At the same time, I have a lot to say about the carbon offset world, which is totally crazy. But
so I guess when we come to the how do we get to the vision, you'll maybe make some comments on the carbon offsets and come with that. Ziggy, you're solving a similar question, right?
Yeah.
Wrong?
In a way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's it's not like I believe or I don't believe, but it's not the question of the belief. If we phase out gas cars, it will be better. But I want to probably start with another quote, and that I heard probably 10 years ago, and it inspired me a lot. And probably I'm here because of that quote that I heard 10 years ago. If you are not building a business case out of sustainability, stop talking because people stop listening. And I am talking about those, the VC funds, politicians, and decision makers, these major stakeholders. If you're not building a business case out of sustainability, stop talking because people stop listening. But there's even another way. Today, I believe it is stupid not to build a business in a sustainable way, because it means that you're building unsustainable business. And no investor will invest in a business model which is not sustainable. So the word sustainability is wide, but at the same time, you cannot sustainably erode the planet. It's not about that, right? Be resource efficient in doing bad. We need to be resource efficient in doing good. And therefore, I believe when you're building a company, it doesn't matter if it's directly targeting climate change or not. Being resource efficient, being smart of how you do things, and pursuing overall good, and this passion for the better future is what matters.
I mean, just out of interest, can anybody think of a business you've seen recently which is kind of new, which is exactly what you've said, this kind of not sustainable, they're promoting, combustion engines or something totally crazy?
I saw one of the leading Baltic telecom operators advertising themselves as they will have no emissions by 2030. This basically means that they will close down. I mean, what else could it be?
And then it's not sustainable, as she said, in the economic sense, so it doesn't go on from there.
I have to say that I'm surrounded mainly by impact-driven entrepreneurs, but it doesn't mean that they are building their businesses sustainably. So building something for sustainability doesn't necessarily mean that you are building it in a sustainable way. So that's another tricky topic.
And this is, really what I'm looking at on a day-to-day basis is businesses that are people, planet, and profit positive, because they encompass all three, which is sort of a nice jump into then the people side. Mm-hmm. So Yeva, maybe you can say a little bit about what is the problem that you're solving, and why do we need to solve it?
Yeah, so Mindletic is focusing on low emotional intelligence and low awareness, which leads to destructive behaviors, starting from self, the commonly known self-harm ways, and leading to destructive behavior that impacts the whole Earth. Be it fast fashion, this is or fast happiness, as I say. Basically, emotionally imbalanced people tend to buy happiness and love in a really, really unsustainable ways, or even harmful ways. So this is what we are currently tracking with our self-awareness app. This is the main product that we have, and already in 6 weeks of active reflection, we see that people tend to be more constructive in their responses to triggers, which basically really proves that by working on your self-awareness, we will lead to more constructive response to trigger. And also we see increase by 23% in 6 months of more pleasant emotions. So we can also claim that by self-reflecting and working on awareness, you are also increasing the quality of life, in a sense.
I mean, I love the essence of trying to solve the challenge of low emotional intelligence, low self-awareness, and seeing that as the conduit into happier people, better life quality, and
more sustainable living. We won't be buying shoes for happiness there. We will be investing in more quality time with our family members, or longer walks, or maybe longer drives with electrical cars.
So you've said, quality time with family, with friends, walking. Vlada, this is the future that we're trying to get to. But what is the problem that you feel that you're trying to solve really with Walk 15?
Actually, 2019, then I create Walk 15 app. Actually, we saw the problem that, okay, people know that walking is good, CO2 is bad. but they didn't know nothing about CO2. And actually, then we started how we can very easy explain for the children, for the adults people, for the company, for example, for our ministers. For example, how looks 180 grams CO2? Maybe you can tell me. How looks?
Physically?
Yes.
In the size?
Yes.
180 grams?
Yes.
180 grams is maybe about this big?
No.
No?
No. Maybe someone
volunteers
know.
from the audience?
Maybe someone know. Because, everything started for the first step. And actually, I looking for this answer because I didn't know on 2019. But actually, when you open Walk 15 app, and when you see in home screen, and when you just looking in our virtual tree, because it's educational tool, you can explain about that. 180 grams CO2 look like a bath full of CO2. It's
a full bath in the bathroom.
And actually we throw this amount from each 1 kilometer from your car. And actually then for me explain, okay, I said, okay, it's one bath of this CO2. Okay, how much I need trees that can absorb this amount per 24 hours? In average.
I made the first mistake, so anybody else want to take the second one?
We need 5 trees. And these trees should be more than 10 years old. It's so simple that we should just to try more to walk instead that we should, to use this car. And we put this in the Walk 15 app because, first of all, the problem is educational. We should starting, from the simple thing. And actually, what we solve the problem of education. We already have, 500,000 users. 500,000. More than 1,000 companies. Next week, we will plan together Steps Forest with EuroLeague. And what you saw, that problem is everywhere. People didn't know about that. And we are working, via step challenges. We can just easy educated people. And then I can download my Athletic. Then I can use this tool. And actually, first of all, it's started to thinking about that.
So, Vlada, you've said that education is the key problem you're trying to solve. Thank you for educating me on the size of the 180.
Sorry.
No, that's great. Zigis, you wanted to add something here.
I want to second that education is important because we are facing the same problem. If coming back to your initial question about problem of today, is that people are not aware about some basic concepts that we as the founders, we are, because of our circles, because people that are around us, because our education or, other reasons, books or podcasts that we listen to, we know more probably than about the climate change and CO2 and others than our customers. And as an example, for electric vehicles, for 20% of Americans, electric vehicles already a better choice. What is fascinating, when I'm talking about US, mostly those percentage are really in line with Lithuania, even though Lithuania is 100 times smaller country. So in Lithuania as well, 20% of Lithuanians, electric car is already better choice, cheaper and more convenient and so on, so on, so on. But there's this technology curve. Some of you have heard that in the beginning there's early adopters that are brave enough to take on something new, and then there's early majority that follows something new, and then there's a half a population that will always be laggers and will not be taking something new, will not be accepting this sustainable living or green future because they're not understanding it and they're kind of fighting it. And in the media, where we are fighting, we're constructing this dialogue about something, why it matters, how much is 180 CO2 and why it is important to walk or plant a tree.
Now I think
there are half of
will
population that will always be against it. And so the problem is that to build this awareness and inform people and fight those that are ignorant.
So, you're agreeing with Vlada. Education is one of the key challenges we need to solve here. We've heard from Yeva talking about low IQ, low EQ and awareness as part of the challenge. And then Tarmo has said, for him personally, it's very much about extreme weather as well as climate change and global warming more generally. So that's sort of the scene setting for the problems that we're facing today. Now let's sort of look into this bright future. So what does this bright future look like? Vlada, do you want to start with this one?
Actually, I believe that the steps will be a new currency in our world. And actually, I believe every day more because a lot of government institutions help me to do that. And actually, I believe that, for example, you wake up and you can easily choose best track to your office. Then you can buy everything only with your steps, yes. And people which choose this sustainable active mobility, they can give a little bit more as people which sit and go with very, very fancy cars. Sorry.
I like it.
Non-fancy cars would be okay, right?
Actually, for me, it's every time very, very strange. Then a lot of people, a lot of companies talk, okay, sustainability, it's good, yes, it's everything, it's perfect. But they drive and go with, luxury cars to the office.
So luxury is the problem.
Cars, I think
But
it's problem.
what about the people who live on the countryside and the closest shop is 50 kilometers?
Bus?
There are no buses in the countryside of, I'm sure also in
Then
Lithuania.
one car in the family.
Okay,
Then one car in
so
the
there's
family.
a lot of limits actually. It's not like everything could be.
Of course, but especially I talking because then people live in town, in the center. I think we should, yes, to change from that. And for example, now we already work with car sharing platform, and our goal is the same, to do that. For example, family will have not 2 or 3 cars, but 1.
So I think we can't talk about cars without involving Žygis. So we need to hear here. But maybe a quick clarification question, Vlada. Is your future of no cars, does that include electric cars or no electric cars? Because this is going to be very controversial on the panel if she says no cars at all.
But start from no benzene cars, okay?
No combustion engine cars.
Yeah, no gas cars.
Yeah, you've got a
we
nice
agree on
platform.
that. Absolutely. I have to say that I believe that in the future we can be successful only if we think what is truly best for the customer. And I discovered that in an interesting way. I learned about the Norwegian company called Tibber, and it's a smart energy company, and their whole idea is to kind of help you. Well, what they are, they're an energy retailer. You buy and sell you buy electricity from them, just like you are buying from Ignitis, Electrum, Enefit. So there's the startup that sells you electricity, but they're doing it in a smart way with smart devices. And what they do, they actually helps you to reduce your energy use. And in the way, this is, again, I will use the same word a second time, it's stupid, because their business model is meant to make sure that their customer will buy less from them. You're selling electricity, but you're helping with smart devices to your users to save electricity, not to use it. So in the way, I have to say that when we are looking into Lectrium, electric vehicles for us is just an instrument. Because overall, we see an electric car as a way to transport electricity. And then with the electric vehicle technologies, with vehicle to grid, you can not only feed electricity inside the car, but from the car inside the house or to your neighbor. And if we think about the vision for the future, a lot of things are going to change, and we just need to think in a complex way. We will be walking a lot. We'll have less ownership. There will be more renewable energy. There will be AI helping us to make our decisions, to be more thoughtful how we use stuff. So where we're going into also helping a person to be mindful of where and how they drive and where they go and how much electricity they use. And there will be a day when you will wake up and you will look into your battery of your electric vehicle and you think, okay, I have 2 hours of TV and fridge or 50 miles to go to a grocery store. What do I choose? Sit one out and watch Netflix, or to go somewhere with my car.
And then, given what you've just said, you don't believe in a future of energy abundance with unlimited energy?
Well, we will see. We need to wait for new technologies. Maybe, but when? Is it 2030, 2075? I think if we choose the right moment in the future, I can't tell what is going to be happening in 5 to 7 years, maybe 10, not in 50.
So Tarmo's also disagreeing with me that energy abundance won't be there.
I mean, if you look on what's going on in the world, it's not very likely, right?
I mean, in my mind, it's depends on your exponential thinking or linear thinking. If we think in a linear way, then for sure we're not going to get there. But
we'll be using horses, I'm sure.
Going back to horses, okay.
Stones and sticks.
but Žygis, you also mentioned more mindfulness. So I think we need to jump back into Yeva here. That's part of your future. That's your bright future, that people are more mindful and connected. Yeva, how does this fit with your vision for the future?
Definitely. I really believe that in the future, nobody will be asking why are you working on your emotional awareness if you seem happy and subjectively successful. The same how nobody is asking now why are you going to a gym if you look good. Because we can always be more resilient, more self-aware, and make more sustainable decisions for firstly ourselves that we care the most, but also to the companies that we work with optimization and reusing what we have, using green energy there, and for the whole world. So I really see this in the nearest future, and I already see that on the verge of companies that we work with who are preaching emotional intelligence as being one of their values there, making decisions about everything there.
So mental health as the norm, and being a norm becomes bright, and this quality of life and happy people.
And defining mental health puts that stretch on being not normal or normal, more like emotionally balanced,
okay.
And more balanced than we are today. We can always be more balanced and more resilient in difficult decisions and difficult conversations there.
Great clarification. So much more about the emotional balance on that side. Thank you. And then Tarmo, you had a chance to agree with
say something
Žygis.
about the vision. I think on the vision side, the challenge we're facing is basically that what we do here in our lives and in our economies just doesn't fit into this planet. And there ain't too many ways to actually somehow squeeze the world. Nobody is happy if the GDP has to shrink 10% each year until we actually kind of can fit here. I don't know what it's in for Lithuania, but for Estonia, the day when Estonia has used the natural resources for the year is somewhere in the end of March. Globally, it's end of July. I don't know when it's for Lithuania. April 24th, okay. 4th, okay, so maybe a few weeks better than Estonia, but still horribly bad. So that's the challenge, that, you know, if we're using 40, 50% more on average of resources than we have, you know, death is inevitable, right? So, you know, we are building solution in Singular for that.
And if you go towards this bright future and paint a picture for us, what does the world look like if we actually overcome these obstacles and achieve the bright vision that Single Earth espouses?
I think the worldwide, looking globally, the changes which have already started are so big that we have to adapt. Even if we today switch everything in our economy off, we will still need to adapt in the future we see.
And if we're successful, what does a happy future look like? What does a green future look like? I can feel a lot of pessimism that we're not going to get there, but I would like you to believe for a second that we can.
I would love to believe for the second, and I couldn't work in a green tech if I would not believe in that. Otherwise, it would be pointless to wake up in the morning, right? So saving this planet somehow is the mission.
So we believe in saving the planet.
Can I share one mathematical equation?
Shoot.
IPAT. Impact equals population, affluence, and technology. So if we want to have a positive impact on the planet, we have to have either reduced population. With 1 billion people, we can do whatever we want. But we are not going to do that, right? We're not a part of this conspiracy.
I mean, at some point it might come to this.
Maybe, yeah, could be. Then the affluence. If we get rid of all the technology that is around us, and we are going back to the living 300 years ago with that technology, or that affluence, we can sustain the planet. We don't want that. And there's technology. Current technology affects our planet negatively. So this is the only place where we can apply innovation and technologies that are impacting our planet in a positive way and replace the negative behaviors, negative technologies with positive alternatives. And that's the only way.
Super. I see that we're running out of time. The clock is ticking, and I really want to hear more on your solutions. So I would love to hear from each of you one other thing that needs to happen except for what your company is doing. So for sure, we all believe that you're playing an important role, but what's the one other thing that needs to happen for us to achieve this vision for the future?
I can start with the easiest one. Someone has to do something with the fossil fuels companies. And we might not be the one who is doing that. Maybe it's the activist investors. Someone has to act there somehow.
And you mean kill them?
Yes. It went live, right?
I didn't put the words into your mouth, but great. Yep. Who's next? Vlada? No?
Easy answer, energy decentralization.
Okay. Energy decentralization. So maybe just while the others are thinking of their answer, maybe you can just say an extra explanation sentence.
Okay, it would be good that we would be the owners of our energy sources. We would have solar panels, we would have electric vehicles, we would control buying and selling of electricity we produce or we save, and we not use, and that could also be a type of a currency.
That becomes relatively linked to what you're doing.
Well, we are a part of the equation.
So could an example be solar panels on someone's roof that they're using themselves and feeding into the system? Yeah. Okay. So simple example on that side. Thank you.
In our case, as we are mainly generating currently revenues or sustaining ourselves from B2B sector, working with mindful companies, investing in emotional intelligence and awareness of their employees, we need somebody to start calculating the cost of poor mental health there and poor awareness. We know approximate numbers there, but we need somebody outside that wouldn't be our brand, so we wouldn't be blamed that we have an agenda there, but really start calculating how much your burned out employees and your emotionally unaware employees, due to their decisions made, cost to your business, and you will see ROI of investing in prevention of that.
So better decisions by the humans that are healthier as a result of more emotional balance.
Yes, definitely. And being more aware and less burned out leads to better business decisions that is calculated in financial ROI to the company.
Super. Nice focus on the profit and the return there at the end as well. Vlada, any last comments on one other thing that could happen?
Because when I'm thinking all people walking, and it's not easy to just to generate some idea.
But that's fine. I think it's also been great to hear the stories of your lady who's the super walker that now everyone's going to go home and everyone's going to try and go home and beat the 50,000 steps. But we've run out of time. We're at the end of our session. I think it's been really interesting to hear all of the panelists talking about how we've gone from these problems, whether it was extreme weather, whether it was low EQ and awareness, whether it was education as the common problem that we're trying to solve, moving into this bright vision of whether it's steps as a currency, with no luxury cars, a future with cars, but also on the ownership side, more mindfulness. Tarmo, you talked about change of lifestyle, this beautiful future where we're living very differently than we are today. And Yeva talking about where emotional balance is much more of a norm and leading to better results for companies. I wish you all the very best of luck, fulfilling your missions and leading us towards this bright future. It's entrepreneurs like you who we depend on to take us to this bright future. Thanks for being a great audience. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very vibrant, vital. Cheers. Donate, what is that about?
I'm increasing my step count.
Additional.
I'm so inspired by Vlada. I need to reach 10,000.
Additional steps, exactly. Yesterday, stop. I start feeling bad, Yesterday, we together were sitting till almost midnight, and I had very few steps preparing for the forum.
We must share this, what you showed me last night before midnight, remember?
The extrapolations?
Yes,
this TV show.
The word
Okay.
I cannot remember.
Okay, so dear audience, I think that this is quite a good reminder and good a match for the panel we have just heard. The panelists were talking about the future. And actually, in these extrapolations, this is the TV show from Apple TV+. They are making projection to the quite nearest timing, 10, 20 years plus. And they are projecting how the climate change will affect our love, faith, work, and families on a personal matter. So this is really impressive. So highly recommend if you were inspired by the panel. And and exactly our next topic is about keeping those the particular number of degrees to keep us alive in order, how Carolina mentioned today in the morning, that this bumpy road is not becoming the road to hell.
Exactly. I really recommend you guys checking this series. The name of it I cannot remember.
Extrapolations.
Extrapolations. I had to translate it. The projection on Apple TV. So if you have that, please check it out. I only saw the teaser last night before midnight. I had to prepare for the forum. I could not watch a single series, but yeah, please do check it out. The teaser, the trailer is scary.
It's time to tease our next speaker.
Yes, talking about the next speaker, I would like to welcome Sharon Kimothy. Am I pronouncing it right?
You
All right,
did.
and she's ESG and energy editor at Reuters.
Yeah, that's me.
All right, your warm applause to Sharon.
Thank you.
So we're very anxious to hear what you have to tell us.
Yes, love dinner, and thank you so much for having me, honestly.
You're welcome.
Happy to have you. Yes. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Share the stage, why not? But yeah, so as they mentioned, I'm the energy and ESG editor at Reuters. And within my role, I tend to see quite a lot of new or the latest developments that are happening in the ESG sector. So I thought it would be best to share what I'm seeing in the space this year and how that's impacting whether or not we can actually meet the 1.5 goal. So it's using not only just our reportage, so our investigations, but also reports that we come across in the industry. So stuff from the industry and energy sector, there's agencies as well, and stats from the EU. So I do hope that you guys can stay tuned and listen. So basically, to start off with, we have to address the E in ESG, of course, because that's the main part of keeping 1.5 degrees alive. Or otherwise, scientists have recently been considering what a 2-degree or even a 2.7 degree Celsius world will look like. Needless to say, it's not going to be that great, but that's why we're here in order to try and do this now, because we still do have time. I think one of the main things when it comes to speaking about ESG and whether or not we can meet this goal is that oftentimes people approach it with a lot of negativity, of course, as you would, because it's quite a serious issue, especially if we don't address it now. But because we do have time and we can make those positive steps right now, we can actually try and achieve or even really meet almost 1.5, maybe just a couple of degrees off, but at least it'll be not a 2-degree world. So to start off with, there was the latest IPCC report, of course. That was the 6th synthesis report from scientists. And they warned pretty much as what I told you. There was little time to lose when it came to tackling climate change. So they actually moved the initial time to start reducing emissions from 2050 to 2040. So the IPCC said that emissions must be halved by the mid-2030s if the world is to have any chance of limiting temperatures rising to 1.5 degrees. And that target is, of course, enshrined in the Paris Accord, but what are some of the recent things that we've seen around the world to tell us whether or not this is actually going to start taking place? So the European Parliament formally approved a law to effectively ban the sale of new petrol and diesel cars in the European Union from 2035. Now, this aims to essentially speed up the emissions by the autos industry. Of course, this was met with a lot of derision by the sector, but also this sector is quite important when it comes to encompassing all the E, the S, and the G. You see, the thing is, as a Reuters report and an investigation uncovered, when it comes to trying to tackle these emissions by using electrical vehicles, they often rely on lithium. Lithium production often found in areas such as the Democratic Republic of Congo. There was a story by Reuters that showed the Microsoft Director of Responsibility going over to check one of these mines, and they found that there was pretty much 100% child labor taking place. And that's something that we shouldn't really be doing. In order to have this transition, this energy transition, it must also be a just transition. So it's fair and equitable for everyone. Otherwise, it's kind of like, what are we really doing this for? And another thing that happened with the autos industry is that they continue to use child labor, not just in places that you would think, such as the DRC, but an investigation this year found that Hyundai in the States had child labor in its supply chains. It was one of its suppliers in Montgomery, Alabama. And this is a company that recently invested around $5 billion to try and have an electric vehicle plant in Georgia, very close to the area. So what does that tell us? Would they pretty much use this opportunity to give it to children to work? We shouldn't be aiming to solve these problems by abusing others. Recently, I had a discussion with a chief investment officer at a multinational bank, and he put it quite bluntly. You see, when we have inequalities such as the ones that I mentioned, the child labor in all these different areas, what that leads to is more inequality. More inequality lowers the GDP of the country. And what that does is it takes your portfolio and pretty much halves it. Because at the end of the day, it is also a financial movement. And that's one way of looking at it. But then we can also consider the humans that are impacted too. So it's not just about the environment and ensuring that we can meet those goals for 2035, for example, making sure that we don't have diesel fuel by then. But it's also about ensuring that the transition is going to benefit everyone, not just the few. Because let's face it, some of these electric vehicles as well are quite pricey. And a lot of people who were interviewed by the EU for its report on whether to start considering legislation around corporate responsibility and human rights abuses found that people actually would prefer to buy products that are not from any sort of human rights violations in their supply chains. But not only that, it shows that there's already a change in attitude for consumers, and consumers would love to be able to get these sustainable goods or goods sustainably. However, they have complained that it does come at a cost. So that's possibly something that we should also be looking at in the future. Another area that has come to light was the European Parliament today actually addressing what I just mentioned, corporate responsibility and human rights. There's a story on Reuters later today that will show that there's an EU draft law coming in place for companies to make sure that they're not just disclosing stuff on the environment, but also on human rights abuses in the supply chain. It will be a similar law as to what has happened in Germany, where they have their Supply Chain Act. So it's one way of saying that, yes, we hear you, we will be looking seriously into these human rights abuses in supply chains. But what about the good? There has been some good. It's not all bad news. Just today, there was an agreement by European countries surrounding the North Sea. They pledged to expand renewable generation in the region to strengthen the energy security. So there were 7 European Union countries, including France and Germany, alongside outside of the EU countries such as Norway and the United Kingdom. And they just committed today to building wind farms rapidly and developing energy islands. So these will be connected renewable generation sites at the sea, and they will work on carbon capture and renewable hydrogen projects in the region. So it's not all bad news. People are trying to tackle renewables. Not only that, as we saw last year, it's not just secluded to the energy sector. There was Patagonia. So Yvonne Chenard, the founder of the apparel brand Patagonia, gave away the company to a trust that will use these profits to fight the climate crisis. And what this has done is actually prompt more of a discussion in the fashion industry about what it's doing to not only cause harm, but how it can stop causing that harm in the industry. So there was actually a summit this week in Barcelona where a lot of these big fast fashion brands, Shein, ASOS, and the likes, who have pledged to address it and cut it in their supply chains. And by it is, of course, the human rights violations and abuses, but not only that, it's the waste that they also have. So a Reuters report found that in Chile, there were all these fast fashion brands that would dump all of their pretty much gone off, if you will, not in style clothes in the middle of a desert in Chile. And not only that, there's also the stuff that's happening in luxury brands. So they're luxury goods and designers who, in order to keep their goods luxurious, would ostensibly burn them. This burning ends up just harming the environment, causing terrible gas emissions within the area. Not only that, it would also harm the environment of indigenous peoples around that land. And as you'll see, a lot of these abuses are happening from companies in the global north, harming companies in the global south. Now, something to do with that actually was when I was talking to one of my sources this week, he was saying that we can't really achieve a 1.5 degree future if we don't address the discrepancies in the global south. And that's been a huge theme actually this year. So during the COP meeting last year, there were countries that pledged to give billions of dollars to countries in the global south. Sadly, this has not really been met. There's still these promises from prior to that as well that still haven't been addressed, that people are not quite happy with. So this year, Vanuatu, an island that's severely impacted by the climate crisis, took it to the UN court. And they said that this money needs to be provided not only because it was a pledge from many years ago, not just the ones from last year, but it was ostensibly a way of saying that the global north does not care about the harm that's happening in the global south. So they need action and they need those funds. And there have been discussions as to how those funds can actually be provided. There was discussions about 1% for 1.5 degrees. Now, what that means is that they would provide debt at a 1% interest rate to these developing countries, and they would consider making sure that it's not a burden, because at the end of the day, when you do provide these funds to these regions, it is a burden when they have to keep repaying high interest rates on these debts. So considering grants as well instead of these debts would probably lessen the burden. So that's another thing that we've seen. We've also seen data from the International Energy Agency, and this is about this region. So it shows that Lithuania's renewable power production was ahead of its neighbors in Latvia and Estonia. Sadly, it did take a dip in 2021, and Latvia ramped up its clean energy production. Lithuania's renewables are up about 77% in total net production, although this has been down compared to last year, but you know what, there's always room for growth, and that's pretty much the lesson here, to be honest. And how about decarbonizing places that are outside Europe and outside the United States? So when it comes to doing that, there have been discussions by the G7. It happened earlier this month, and they essentially said that places such as Japan and the region can actually do more to cut out their fossil fuel. And that was an agreement that was a push towards more of these discussions taking place in COP. You see, a lot of the time within this space, people leave these important discussions to meetings such as COP. They don't really leave that specific niche sustainable ESG area when leaders come together. But seeing this take place in the G7, where they're talking about high-level discussions with Ukraine and debt with each other, it shows that we are taking that step forward, that countries are taking it seriously, and not just the countries that you know, the likes of Europe and the United States, but there's also Japan and China as well taking it seriously too. So how does this all pretty much add up and make sure that we can ostensibly achieve a more greener future, but not only that, a more sustainable future? Well, sustainability is not just about making sure that emissions are cut. Sustainability is about ensuring that everyone has a fair transition and a just transition as well. Now, I know a lot of this often tends to be quite dour, and people do like logging off, if you will, from discussions about the climate and how it will impact them in the future. But it is quite serious. But not only that, there are companies out there that are trying to do good, so it shouldn't be such a dampener. They're countries and corporates alike who are coming together and trying to make a change. And you can keep up to date with all of this on the Reuters Sustainable Switch newsletter as well. It comes out on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, and I do promise you it's not all down and it's not all bad news. There's definitely hope for the future. And with that, I hope you guys enjoy. Thank you so much for having me.
Before you leave, I have a question for you,
sure.
if you don't mind. Could you share, you spoke about a lot of global trends and what's happening in Chile and other areas of the globe, but could you share with the audience and us about your personal goal for 2023, how you will act or live or behave in a more sustainable way?
Oh, absolutely. So I know Reuters will probably frown on me for this, as we tend to report things without being seen. But me personally, I see it more in ensuring that the recycling goes up, and that's something that the European Union survey as well showed, that Lithuania specifically really takes plastic waste quite seriously, and its citizens, in comparison to the rest of Europe, would actually consider doing more for recycling in order to ensure that they have a sustainable future. Outside of that, there's walking, of course, and ensuring that I can use public transport wherever I can. I'm lucky enough that in London, there's a vast array of public transportation, but I know in other areas, such as my motherland, my home country, Kenya, it is hard to just rely on public transportation. They do have to consider using, sadly, diesel-fueled cars. So hopefully that will change too, but we can only hope. So that's my small part. And of course, fast fashion too. Trying to cut that down personally and consider more vintage options. Yeah, just doing my little bit.
Have you heard about our unicorn, Vinted?
Oh, have I? Yes, I have. I'm very addicted.
I thought I would surprise you, but...
Now every Lithuanian is proud.
Yes, we're so proud of it. So Sharon, thank you very much for coming all the way from the UK and sharing all these facts. I want to say some of them scary, but some of them are really inspiring. And I think just having you here at our forum makes me think that we are on the right path. And talking about the last panel, that if we don't believe, we can achieve this goal, what is the point of us being here, right?
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more.
So thank you for coming.
At you for
and
having
I'm
me.
hoping it's not the last time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. So this part was really inspiring, and the speakers and the panelists were so excited. So we are as well, because right after the break, which we are going to have right now, we will get back for the startup showcases, and we will finally see who is taking back home not only the plants and the greens, but as well the money, right? I just want to remind you about the prize fund, which reaches 30,000. So thank you for your patience and for your attention. Now 10 minutes break.
10, and we really mean 10 minutes.
So waiting for you.
The startups are anxious, they're nervous. Please don't let them suffer. They really want to get on the stage and present you their ideas. So please, please, please come back in 10 minutes and we can start the
3:30,
showcase.
waiting for you here. And for the online audience, thank you for... 4:30 exactly. I'm on Spanish time, right?
Yeah, she's on Spanish time.
Okay, 4:30. So enjoy your break. So not as mentioned, they're a bit nervous, but not too much. I think they're really ready. They've done it so many times already, and had so many hours of practicing pitching in those last 3 months, and even before that.
Yes.
Yes, they did.
So finally.
So I need a sign. Are we broadcasting? Are we live?
Anybody wants to show a sign? Yeah,
yes,
we have
good.
thumbs up.
Good, so welcome online audience, welcome back. So we are about to start our startup showcase for the Sustainable Innovation Program that is done in cooperation with Rocket and Swedbank. And we done so much during the past 3 months, right?
Yeah, in the last 3 months, our startups have gained new skills, developed their ideas, I would say even improved their solutions or products if you want to call them. We focused a lot on pitching, how to do it in a very short time, focusing on the most important things. And I see the sparkles in their eyes. They're ready, just like before the game, sportsmen. They're ready to go. So I don't want to wait anymore.
The adrenaline is rushing for the veins. I can feel that. But so to take this pressure a little bit out, we have one more special guest today, right? So we have Marina Saprikina. From Ukraine, so please welcome her on stage. She's the president of Sustainable Business Association, right? Like we have Lava, you know. So dear Marina, welcome. Thank you for visiting us.
I can feel your worries, and now I'm worrying also. First of all, it's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to wish you good luck. And also, just think about your why you are here, and then enjoy your pitch. And I know my why. I know why I'm here. I came from Kiev, and for me, it's a great pleasure to tell you about Ukrainian businesses. And I think that because of the war waged by Russia, Ukrainian business showed extreme resilience. And we even coined this term, extreme resilience. And you know that one of the features why Ukrainian businesses became so resilient was startup mindset. Large companies, they started thinking like startups. And to make something very quick, to try it, and then decide whether they want to do it or not. And also, I think sustainability is very important. We developed 5-component sustainability model during the times of war. And number 1 is business continuity plan. What you are going to do if something happens. The second one is safety. Safety, but not only physical one, but psychological also. Number 3 is army. I know that Lithuanians help Ukrainian army. Thank you for this. But also when we were in bunkers, in bomb shelters, and when Russia sent their missile attacks on us, we were donating our army. Number 4, it's about unity. Just imagine that in the first days of full-fledged invasion, Ukrainian companies paid taxes in advance for the whole year. And also, unity is about collaboration and is about unity of different competitors. And number 5, it's about community. Because when you work in the country, you are part of community and you could help your community. So, good luck to you, be resilient, and my heart goes to women because we need more women in startups.
Perfect.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. And I think we're ready. Have we missed something?
No, we haven't. We haven't. We are starting. This is official. Sparkles and Eyes please turn them on. But first, let's run through the achievements. I think that yesterday when we were overviewing Donati and preparing for the Delphi speech, right? So we just remembered how much was achieved, right? For this program. So let me remind you that the main goal was, like it was already mentioned today in the morning, to connect the startups and the businesses, to prepare, to help them grow muscles, to understand what business wants, how to prepare, how to build a sustainable company from the scratch, how to pitch, how to elaborate, how to build relations, how to build the business cases, what is sustainability, how to avoid the greenwashing, and many more topics. So through the program, I think I have the slide. Could you please put it on the screen where we have some interesting statistics, right? So we have 10 startups out of 16 survived and made it till the end and nailed down their solutions, their pitches, and met more than 25 mentors. So, Donati, what about mentors? Can you share at least one or two feedback from mentor side about our startups?
Feedback from mentors. I remember when Gleb was here. He's a pitching guru or coach. I mean, he was not ready for such a wide range of startups. Probably he participates in different kinds of trainings, but he reacted very quickly, and I think the takeaway that he took from this training was that you can prepare for the training, but what happens during the training, it can be anything. You can meet, a startup that has just an idea, not even talking about investing or not talking about the venture capitalists, and you can meet somebody that is looking for scalability. So his feedback was that, even pitching guru learned something from this training. So I think the beauty of the program is that everybody, doesn't matter if you just have an idea or if you're a guru in your field, you took something from it.
So learning by doing, do not afraid to for not having answers to all questions, rebuild your solution, change the concept, and exactly. I joined Gleb here. We have very different range of startups, but nevertheless, they all made a huge progress. And they represented various industries, from the circle economy, from packaging, technology, electricity efficiency, and many more. So I will not disclose anything, because you will see them right here, right now on the stage. But what is the most important thing? What I need to mention that when designing the program, we thought that this 3 months will be dedicated to your preparation before going and attracting more customers and getting more traction. We thought that you need 3 months just to study. And autumn will be the new season, and you will start getting traction. You will approach your customers, make agreements, make a new sales. But what happened? So already during these 3 months, our startups made more than 5 customers into their pipelines. So this is an amazing thing. I think this deserves a round of applause. So these applause are for you. So let me please remind you what you are today not fighting, but competing for. So you are competing for the prize fund, and top 3 startups will get 10,000 each. So best of luck one more time. And our great and beloved audience will have the opportunity to express their public vote. And please now make your phones ready. You will need to scan QR code or do it in an old-fashioned way, like Donatas likes to tell, right?
Yeah, so you go to menti.com and you type in the code 39484926.
Okay. So the rules are that in the end of the pitches, when all startups pitch. Then jury will go to a secret room, to a secret deal room where all dreams come true. So the audience will be voting for the best startup of the night. But during the sessions, during the pitches, I encourage you to try on the investor's hat and express your opinion, voting on menti.com. Would you invest into the startup or into some luxury and sometimes not always sustainable, but quite pleasant solution? Jill, are you ready? Have you scanned it? Do we have your attention? Okay, very good. So let's move forward.
And I would like to introduce our competent jury that will vote on startup pitches. So today we have Daiva Rakauskaitė, CEO of Lithuanian Business Angel Fund.
Round of applause.
We have Tomas Petrauskas, Head of Public and Multinational Clients, large corporates at Swedbank. We also have Laima Balčiūnė, Director at Sunrise Valley Science and Technology Park. We have Gediminas Misevičius, Open Banking and Digital Innovations at Swedbank. We also have Pavel Adziato, our Head of Private Customer Division, also at Swedbank, and Valentas Naviera, Head of Group Sustainability at Ignitis Group. And we also have a representative of Startup World. We have Miglė Makuškaitė-Survilė. She's the co-founder and CEO of Planet Positive.
So you see, you have the fella who is on your side, right? She knows what you have been through. We thought that this is quite handy to have in the jury. And in order to make the decision even more objective, I need to tell you that the startups already know, but for the audience, that we're not making decision just taking into account this 3 minutes pitch. I like the comment from Thomas that he made yesterday, that how can you find out who is worth 10,000 K?
In 3 minutes, right?
Just
so we thought about
wait for that moment. So how is 3 minutes enough to do that? So just for you to know, so all last week, the special experts decision panel was reviewing all the solutions, all the pitches, the recordings, the pitch decks, and we were discussing really and making points. And now we have all the numbers kept secretly in the secret deal room. They are waiting. They will make the 50% of the decision of the marks. And the second half will depend on this noble jury. So, very objective, very transparent.
A bit of complicated, maybe, but we didn't want to make it easy, right? I mean, right? Yeah?
Right. So, we are ready to go.
Yes, I'm ready. I don't know.
Like this tram. Number 10.
10
exactly,
startups.
10 startups.
The number of the tram is also 10. It's not a coincidence. And I would like to introduce our first startup. And let me invite on the stage Laura, the Chief Operating Officer of Viezo.
Round of applause, guys.
Are you ready
Yes, I am.
to open the showcase? Good luck.
Okay, before you are jumping in your 3 minutes count, so the timer is here, you will see that, you will hear the gong sound when you are done. But before that, as I promised, so please use your phone and vote. I will ask to show the next slide and we will see what is the variety of choice. Either you're investing in Vezo or you will purchase endless subscription for the train trips. So how is that alternative? Okay, now the stage is yours. Best of luck.
Thank you. So please vote for Viezo. This is not sustainable to travel with these types of trains that was in the picture. So hello, everybody. My name is Laura. I'm the COO of Viezo, and today I'm going to tell you about our solution, autonomous IoT device for railways. So what is PowerRail? PowerRail is autonomous, cost-effective, and safety-oriented IoT solution for wagon owners to reduce maintenance costs, avoid derailments, and increase their wagon availability. Few facts about us. We established in early 2018. We are a team of 8 professionals who raised 1.3 million euros, and we developed the most powerful PVDF material energy harvester in the world. So this is our team, and what did we accomplish in 2022? So we reached 65,000 euro revenue, and we have 15 testing customers like Hupak, Lithuanian Railways, and now we have Australian Railways. So this is our solution, and how does it work? The train has 8 wheels, 8 sensors. Sensors connect with each other with Bluetooth, and then with the gateway, throughout LTE, we send the data to the cloud. Afterwards, it goes through our analytics, and then to your software, and says if there's something wrong with the wheels or the bearings. This is how it looks in the reality. And these are some graphics. So what happens inside? We convert vibrations into electricity to power our autonomous IoT sensor, which is an invention that we are patenting right now, and its lifetime is 12 years. Let's talk features. Features, sorry. We are checking bearings and wheels. It's a really major thing in railways. So if there's any problem with bearings or wheels, the wagon owners are alerted with notifications. Here's the value proposition for a rail company with 8,000 wagons. As you can see, everything is counted for 12 years, so since it's our lifetime. So the total cost would be 2.7 million euros, total savings would be 7.3 million euros, and total net ROI would be 4.5 million euros. Competition. Everybody has competition. We also do it. We also do have, but our solution is super fast and reliable installation approved. No batteries or wires required, and no maintenance needed for 12 years. And of course, the impact. We are sustainable. We reduce battery usage in the railway industry. We are in the safety. We reduce derailment risk due to equipment failures, and of course, cutting the cost for wagon owners. So this is what I wanted to tell you about our solution, PowerRail, autonomous IoT sensor for railways. I made it.
It was a perfect start. Wow, wow, wow. Dear jury,
ready?
You have 2 minutes for your questions, if you have any.
Yeah, I had one. You mentioned savings for the customers. How did you calculate those?
So we did a lot of value proposition meetings with the real customers, real companies, and we asked about how much does the derailment cost? How much does it cost to reprofile the wheel or check the bearings? So there's some types of procedures in the railway industry which cost a lot of money, and 99% of the time, like if we talking about bearings, the bearings are fine. So the procedure costs money, so this is where we save them, and of course the derailments. I don't know if you have heard about the American railways, like what happened 2 weeks ago. Big derailments, a lot of money cost, and of course a lot of people were into that in that incident. So the water was damaged and the people had to evacuate even, so it cost a lot of money.
So they are buying insurance policy from you. That's good. Thanks.
Yeah.
What is the sales process? I mean, how long it takes to get to the client and to be paid?
So firstly, we contact the people that are not like the decision makers, and we do the trials. So we are the testing 15 companies that are testing right now, so they are in a trial, and after 6 to 8 months of trial, of testing, we show the results, and then they go to a long-term partnership.
What is the expected revenue this year?
We are trying to reach 200,000 euros. Yes. Because we're doing the version 2.
Have you calculated your CO2 emissions? How much you will save?
Not yet, not yet.
All right, time for one more question.
Now you start with the railway industry, yeah? So probably you have some other industries inside. So what are going to be next industries after you conquer railways?
So,
Quickly, Laura.
yes, every industry which has vibrations. So we're talking mining, we're talking tool industry, which has a lot of vibrations. So you think of industry with vibrations, we can adjust the frequencies and use it with our solution. So thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you,
All
Laura.
right, thank you, Laura.
Really impressive timing, like a Swiss watch, 3 minutes.
Like a Swiss train.
Like a Swiss train, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Upcoming next.
Who is coming next? Then we have Stuart. So I would like to invite on the stage.
Could we please switch the slide on the screen for
Auster,
Stuart?
the co-founder and CEO of Stuart. You're welcome.
Okay, warming up. Here is the clicker, the symbol of power, the mic, and let's see. Oh my God, we forgot one thing, Donate. We forgot. So are you interested as well?
Roll back.
Have you voted?
We forgot to check the investors' decision, right?
Yeah. Could we ask the technical team to show us the Menti results for Vieso, who is going to invest into Vieso solution or buy a
All right, here are the results.
subscription.
Wow,
Oh my God, Laura,
it's
you have inspired people to travel trains. Up. Okay. It's coming up. Okay, now we need to face the truth. Thank you very much. Round of applause for that. Oh, you're winning. Okay.
All right.
So now let's see what is the question about the steward. What are the options for you? I don't remember exactly what is the option. Could we look at it, please? Would you invest into the Stewart Energy or
it's coming, invest in the Shell stocks.
That will be easy. So relax. Okay.
Good luck.
Let's go. Let's do.
So hello everyone, I'm Austa, CEO and co-founder of Stuart. Stuart helps electrical transport operators optimize and manage their charging fleet. We are 60 professionals who have been working in such huge companies as Google, Trafi, and Siemens. The problem we are solving is related with CO2 emissions generated from heavy and light-duty transport. And now it's time to change because we are generating 40% of CO2 emissions from total CO2 emission generated in transport sector, and the electrification of this sector is very low. It's related because with a very high cost of charging infrastructure, lack of knowledge, and lack of e-buses and e-trucks interoperability. Stuart helps to solve this problem by creating EV charging and managing a platform dedicated to heavy and light-duty transport, who adapts to grid limitations, optimize charging fleet needed to operate heavy and light transport fleet, and also lowers operational costs by implementing and integrating storage systems, solar, and dynamic pricing. We are using a SaaS business model and targeting B2B clients such as the light and heavy duty fleet operators and EV charging point integrators. We are proud having these huge companies in as our clients. It's Ateo, Galio Group, City Service, and many more. So far, we onboarded 100 charging stations in our system, and our incomes are growing 5 times per month. We chose this segment not without a reason. One reason is that it's almost most growing software solution, which will reach 26 billion euros by 2030. Another reason is that it's very segmented and there are a lack of dedicated solutions. Competition is here, but we see that we are uniquely equipped regarding interoperability and dedication to heavy and light duty transport charging. So we are seeking for partners who could help us validate our solution, heavy and light duty fleet operators, that we can help to optimize charging fleet, adapt to grid limitations, and reduce operational costs. So thank you everyone. If you have any questions, I'm ready.
Wow, another spot on
It was very quick.
Okay, yeah, you had 5 spare seconds, but it's good.
Again, we'll start. Sometimes it's good to ask your partners why they chose you. So why ITEA chose you as a partner?
Because we are the best. No, I'm joking, of course. We are quite flexible, and we were able to give them the solution we needed at the time we needed. So it was a very win-win situation, and they are one of the biggest clients of ours at the moment.
What is the cost saving for client?
Cost saving for what?
For clients.
For clients. In what terms?
I mean, in money or CO2 or something.
Yeah, it depends, because now we are just creating this idea, and we are communicating with e-buses operators and counting, so we cannot tell you the exact numbers. It's quite... Pardon?
Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I mean, the company.
Myself, I see in the company after 5 years as well. Yeah, so I truly believe that our team is very competitive. Like, we have knowledge, we have started sales, and now we started only in Lithuania, but in 5 years we believe that we are able to conquer pan-European market, and and dedicate our solution to niche projects such as heavy and light duty vehicle management.
Maybe a question, what is the market size?
The market size?
I mean,
now
and how you foresee it?
Yeah, good question. Actually, the market size is quite big, because bus fleets are growing very quickly. So if I be taking only bus as a first start of our solution, and in numbers, I will not tell you exactly, because there was not in our slide, but the market fleet is growing by 20% each year of e-buses, so it's quite significant numbers.
And the time is up. So a round of applause for Auster. Very good presentation. All right.
Okay, let's
see the investors.
I'm surprised. What guys you were thinking, you think?
But we don't judge.
We don't judge.
It's investors'
Good
money,
point.
and they can do whatever they want.
We're just checking the sentiments, right? Okay.
But I think the jury...
Sustainability conference. No, you know, it is as it is. Okay, so up next, we have the next startup preparing.
Yeah. We have Luna, and please, on the stage, I welcome the co-founder and CEO, Vytautas Gimbutas.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. It's
How
nice
are you
to be
feeling?
Here.
Good?
Yeah, wonderful.
All right, so
right, before I return the clicker, I would like to see what are Vytautas' options.
Buy a Ferris wheel. Well,
you know?
actually, it should be spelled well. Wheel. Not well.
Well,
sorry for being grammar Nazi.
Well, it's very interesting.
We have grammar police on the stage.
All right, good luck.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. All right. So, hi everyone, I'm Vytautas. Today I would like to talk about how we can reduce energy consumption in households, thus reducing our CO2 emissions. But first things first, the elephant in the room is the air pollution. So we're putting more than 40 billion tons of CO2 emissions annually, and we're actually using our devices in the household inefficiently. So the second thing is the electrification wave. We are putting more electric vehicles on the road, and we're getting more solar power plants and home batteries installed in our households. Also, the government actions are supporting the incentives for EVs, solar PVs, and battery installations, as well as they are promoting the solar self-consumption surplus compensation model in some countries. So with that, everything in mind, we're building Luna, the smart energy management solution designed to minimize energy waste. Our customers will be able to control all the devices that you can see on the right side. Those devices are usually the high electricity consuming devices, so it's really important to have them properly, efficiently managed. So our customers will receive hardware in case, of course, if needed. We are aiming in the future where we don't send hardware. And we will be charging also a subscription fee for our usage of service. So our customers will be able to monitor electricity consumption in real time, as well as their home equipment, such as HVAC systems, will be managed autonomously in the most efficient manner. As well, also our customers will take advantage of EV and home battery charging optimization for the best and the cheapest hours, or from solar or from the battery system. So a quick glimpse of how everything will look like. So we got tools that will allow our customers and clients to check their home equipment compatibility with our system. They will be provided with the estimated savings also, as well as they will be provided with the hardware code, how much it will cost for them. So afterwards, they will receive, after receiving the hardware, they will get step-by-step instructions how to easily install Luna and set up everything. And later, they will be using mobile application to see what's happening within their household, how all the systems are working, statistics, and further suggestions how to even reduce energy consumption more. So, of course, we have competitors. Some competitors are similarly priced as us. However, they offer just very little features. On the other end, there are other competitors that are priced around 4 or 5 times as us, but still don't offer the whole package as we offer. So the team, besides me, there's Andrus, co-founder. We have extensive technical expertise to build a product like this. We have 3 engineers and 3 advisors. Business model is to go through 75% of B2B2C sales, get revenue from hardware sales and subscription fees. And business as of today, we have more than 25 customers and revenue of 45,000 euros. So it's a shame I can't share this and talk about this, but we are actively fundraising. Thank you very much.
The main point is you're actively fundraising, right?
I'll just leave this. So yeah, all the business people, please take a photo. Thank you.
All right, dear jury, you have 2 minutes for your questions. I'm hoping you have many.
If you will fundraise the money, what will you do?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the first part?
What will you do with the money that you will raise?
Oh, yeah, sure. So with the money, unfortunately, they have put my slides away. So we are aiming to acquire 800 customers, establish at least 50 B2B2C partnerships in 3 countries. That is Lithuania, Poland, and Germany. And further focus on the rapidly growing solar markets. Also, of course, to hire up to 7 people in the first year. So we need developers and some, of course, to start straight away our sales and business development. As I mentioned, we are focusing on the B2B2C channel. So solar PV installers, HVAC system installers, as we see the lifetime of the household, there are multiple opportunities where other people are coming in that have more than necessary experience and expertise to install their systems, but also a system called Luna. So yeah, to establish basically all those channels.
Well, potential for such technology has been here for the last 10 or so years, but it has never basically reached market potential. So why do you think that the time is now for people to adopt this technology?
Yeah, that's a very good question. A lot of people have talked and businesses talked about last year when there was real electricity crisis with the high prices reaching, all the highs. So we see that with all the EVs, with all the electricity heat pumps replacing gas boilers, with all the natural electricity usage increase over time, that is expected to increase, I think, about 2 times in the next decade or something like that, or maybe 20 years. So we will experience, I think, more energy crisis, and it will be probably even more brutal than the one that was last year, because the Germany has estimated that grids improvements to handle all the EVs will be costly, billions, and yeah, etc. So we'll probably have more energy crisis, although I'm not wishing to be that.
We all
but, yeah.
are not. We
Yes,
all
we're
are
all not hoping to have any more
round of applause
crisis.
for Vytautas. He
For
deserves that.
All right.
Okay, let's see.
The wheel. You see, it's a wheel.
It's a wheel. Where was the, well, okay. We're not judging. We're not judging. I'm so passionate for our startups. I want them all to get hired.
Me too. But
okay,
I have a feeling our investors today are very picky.
Very picky. They will pick the best one. So who is coming next?
All right. So the next on stage we have Okko and co-founder and growth lead Milda Vitkoskaite. Hello. How are you? How are you feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
Adrenaline is up?
Everything's up.
All right, good.
Okay.
So good luck. Don't forget, you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
But
before you
start,
return the
yes,
clicker,
yes.
let's see your options. That should be easy, I think. Private jet is so bad.
Private jet. Think about the CO2.
Today, banks are prepared to spend 1.3 trillion euros into sustainability transition. Only 2 months ago, a new regulation came out demanding all those banks to report their portfolio emissions for this financial year, which means that they will have to create methodologies, algorithms, hire staff, and they're not ready for this. But we are. And this is why we created a tool of OCO, a carbon emission calculator for banks and their clients that allows banks to make these calculations at just a fraction of the cost and time normally associated with those reports. So with our solution, banks can filter their emissions by enterprise size, region, sector, client type, or anything else that they may wish to see. With OCO, both banks and SMEs can link their portfolio emissions to every euro spent on financing or every euro of client turnover, as well as any other metric that is already available at the bank or at the company level. We have a team of 3 competent people in technology, automation, and banking, as well as an advisor with lots of experience in the banking sector. And we also have partners in relevant areas across Europe. This year, we also got validated to prove that our solution indeed decreases your emissions by nearly 40,000 kilos of emissions. So we offer a SaaS model, which is fully automated for the client of the bank. So following simple signing of an agreement, which only allows bank to use already existing data for the purpose of emission calculation. And it's also fully automated for the bank following the installation and the setup costs. Then we take care of the rest. Since 2020, we have developed our methodologies and algorithms. We've built initial prototype and tested it with sandbox data. And now we are ready to onboard our first bank, looking to try that MVP in a real-time environment. So that we hope to expand not only in Europe, but across other regions that may have those regulations coming up for them too. So come along and help us, help banks empower their own data.
Another perfect pitch. Wow, I'm impressed with the progress all the startups have made. So Thomas, you have another question, please.
Yeah,
2 minutes.
of course. Usually such tools use conversion factors. So do you use those ones? And if so, are they developed for Lithuanian market or are they global?
Yes, we do use conversion factors, and they are developed specifically for Lithuanian market. So we use the third-party data and own company data to sort that specifically for here.
How long it will take to install in the bank your solution?
It's around a 90-day process. So for the first bank, it would be 90 days. But of course, as we get more used to how the banking internal systems work, it could be a quicker process.
And how long the bank will calculate the result?
It's instant. When it's installed, it can be told instantly from transactional data.
Mm-hmm. And how much you expect to earn on that?
I could tell you that in private. That is our
I'm asking about the traction, actually. What is the expected traction?
Yes, so next slide there. So once we onboard the first bank, it would be 30 million.
How do you upload the data, given that bank's data size is quite huge?
Well, it would go into the banking internal system and fetch it from there. We wouldn't see the data as our engine would be installed in it, so it wouldn't come to us, but it would work inside the bank's systems.
Pavel, do you have a question?
What is your competitors?
So we have a few competitors in general in terms of carbon accounting. So there's a company called Planet A, and there's Island Index in Sweden. But the only ones that are actually focused on banks are made by the banks themselves, and others are focusing on anything else. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, a round of applause to Milda, and let's see what our picky investors think.
Let's see what again the same. Dear startups, are you spoiling the party? Are you voting? Is this a joke? Okay.
Really, a private jet lovers at the Sustainability Forum?
But we're not judging.
Maybe
Let's see. Let's admit, if we would receive the invitation to fly on a private jet, how would we react?
Definitely, I would decline.
Free of, if that would be free of charge?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you see. So today we're not asking them to pay real money. That's why they are voting.
I know.
Okay.
All right. Our next startup. Everything good so far? Do you guys like voting and do you like the startup pitches? Woohoo! All right. So the next startup is Hold Earth, and I would like to invite co-founder and CEO Greta Shidlowskinen.
Hello.
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 You ready?
Yes, of course.
Are you ready to see who you're competing with?
Yes, sure.
All
Let's
right.
see.
Buying a boat. So I think we know the results. You are going to buy a boat.
Please make a push now.
Okay, hold the clicker.
Let that not stop you from pitching your solution.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Greta, and today I'm going to present you Hold Earth Sustainable Partnership Platform. And I'm going to explain you how we are going to connect businesses with local nature-based projects. As you may know, companies are increasing challenges to reduce their carbon footprint and participate in carbon offsetting initiatives, and as well as report on their impact. And there's also a huge gap between the sustainable solution financing supply and demand, which is going to require $7 trillion per year to achieve social development goals. Businesses usually lack the time and the resources to find, source, and implement those projects themselves. Carbon offsets coming from the developing countries are distant and the impact is unclear. That's the reality. However, on the other hand, there are many local projects in need of financial support. But the due diligence for them and certification is so lengthy and costly. That's where we come in. With our platform, we connect all carbon ecosystem players in one place, meaning corporate dedicated budget with climate projects closer to home. Then they can easily pick and choose whatever project they like, according to the needs and their sustainability goals. It can be wetland restoration, it can be soil capture projects, foresting projects, or any other. And we will be the ones who will be controlling all the processes ourselves. If it's afforestation projects, we will be the ones who will be implementing them. We already engaged with more than 200 employees, companies worldwide, and we already onboarded 20 of them while we are developing the tech solution. They are now generating us 3,000 euros per month, and we just closed the deal worth 70k euros. We already planted 10,000 trees last year, and we doubled this number this year. And receiving this positive feedback about our afforestation projects and leading by this success, we want to bring those manual efforts on a more automated solution. Our business model includes the main revenue stream would be from the successfully funding the projects and the platform usage fees as a subscription fees, and as well as project certification fees. And our target market is small and medium-sized businesses. So we are a team of 4 individuals who have a lot of experience in finance, technology, and more than 10 years of experience in tree planting initiatives locally. So thank you for listening, and please join us on our mission to bring those manual efforts on a more automated solution in order for us to scale in other countries. Thank you very much.
Amazing, amazing.
Amazing, Greta, really amazing.
Practice makes perfect.
Exactly, remember your first speeches. I'm not going to comment on that. So,
now,
the jury.
Microphone is your hands, I can see.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
Again. How do you do due diligence that the initiatives get done, they are done according to the proposed results, to the budget, etc.?
So far, we made the foresting projects ourselves on the ground. We were implementing them starting from last year ourselves, meaning that we create a project for foresting the land plot. We find those land plots are our own land plots, and then we do the physical maintenance, of course, and then we trust our satellite imagery and satellite partners who are checking the forest above. And they're measuring how much biomass it generates each year, and then we are able to calculate how much CO2 it absorbs each year.
Maybe one question, what are your running costs, I mean, monthly or yearly, whatever, I mean, for the project, something, you know, how much does it cost?
So far, our customer acquisition cost is 0 because we are B2B business. Actually, the margin for the project is almost 100%. That's how we count it, because the client is paying for the service itself, for the maintenance of the forest, for the seedlings, for the project preparation, which is very complex, and it takes so much time, and of course the land plot itself.
Who are your competitors?
Well, as everyone, I guess everyone has competitors in this field, but the biggest concentration of the competition is in those marketplaces which provides carbon credits, carbon offsets from developing countries. This is the biggest concentration, but of course we are not competing for the same dollar with anyone. So our team's attitude is always, the more the competitors, the better for the planet.
Round of applause for Greta.
Okay, we're very curious to see.
I'm nervous to see the investors' views and the votes.
The sentiments remain the same at sustainability conference. Okay, but maybe the boat will be used like Greta Thunberg instead of the plane. Instead of this private jet, the private boat is much better, I suppose.
Maybe most of our investors are from Klaipėda. Maybe that's where they come from. I don't know.
Okay, let's see. So
no point buying a boat in Vilnius. I don't know. What would you do with it?
Let's see. Next startup, next challenge.
Yeah, next startup. We are halfway done, so be patient. Be ready, and the next up on the stage is Zero Zone Pack, and please, your round of applause to co-founder Giedrius Petkevičius.
Hello, everyone.
How are you feeling? Ready?
Very good, yeah.
Very good.
I like to hear how much support do you have from the startup wing. Okay, before I return this to you, let's see the options we are now voting for. So investors will be judging invest to Zero Zone Pack or to... I think this is a luxury car. I think you guys on your phones, you already see it. So it will be not helicopter,
Okay,
it's a car.
luxury car.
But remember when Alex was asking you to raise your hand, I saw that so many people use electric cars. You are not using luxury cars. Do not pretend.
All right, Gedrus.
Right.
Good
So
luck.
best of luck.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Giedrius Petkevičius, and I am co-founder at ZeroZone. Can you imagine how it will look like if we put all our packaging waste together? I believe Everest couldn't be called the highest mountain in the world then. We have an easy way to help people become more sustainable without any effort. The customer receives his order in our packaging, then returns it at our local drop-off point when he or she goes to take another shipment from parcel machine and gets a reward for each package returned. Then we collect all packages and clean them, and then they are ready for the next cycle. Our packaging can be adjusted in size you need, so you do not ship air, and just after 30 cycles, we all together produce about 5 times less CO2 emissions. Now we mainly focus to ship clothes, cosmetics, and printed books in our packaging. Later, when our business model is adjusted to our customers' need, we are planning to expand to European countries, United Arab Emirates, and until 2026 reach about 45 million shipments in our packaging. Our business model is based on industrial size, and in order to describe it, we divided it into 2 parts. Firstly, businesses pay a higher price for our packaging. If packages were returned, we will have a 75% lower price for the next delivery. We have similar competitors in other countries, but they all focus locally, and their pricing is much more expensive than ours. This year we successfully launched our first pilot, and orders were packed in our packages accidentally, and 75% of our packages were returned in a week. Today, our team consists of 2 people, Marta, a business developer, me, an engineer who likes to solve problems and have successful business experience. And today, we are asking for eShop contacts to start working with us. Are you ready for the change? Join us and save our beautiful planet.
What inspiring last words. You really nailed it.
Join us.
And yeah, we have 7, 6, 5. How's the weather? Good?
Perfect, yeah.
We just need to run the clock down. All right, jury, 2 minutes.
Yeah, adoption of such technologies either pull or push. It's either the retailers pushing for this product or customers pulling, requiring this product. So which will be in this case?
We have already small customers who wants it, but we are pushing bigger ones to have contracts with them.
What is your go-to-market strategy?
Our market strategy, we want to be a main partner for reusable packaging in European market. And I think we can reach that.
Yes, we saw big dreams, but how are you going to achieve it?
I think that for others it's hard to reach because of pricing. We mainly focus on industrial size, so our pricing is not much bigger than single-use packaging. So to be more sustainable without spending more money, it's our key in the marketing.
Collecting and washing those packages also produces some CO2. So how that compares with a single-use package use?
Yeah, so we also calculating that emissions, and you just need to imagine that a single-use package, to produce it, emissions is equal to our packages, but we reuse them, and we think that we will reuse that at least 100 times.
Thank you, Giedrius. And I'm already nervous about our investors.
I think I know. I'm not nervous anymore. Oh, see, this is
all right.
unexpected picture. Thank you very much. Round of applause for this sustainable, at least more sustainable choice. Okay, and we have our next startup ready, as I see.
All right, so next up is Market Trend Valuation Center and founder and CEO, Valentas Gružauskas. All good?
Yes.
You ready to do this?
I think you are competing with another car option. But this is not a luxury car, but this is the house on wheels.
A camper.
A camper, yeah, vacation house on wheels. So.
House on wheels. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Good day. I'm Valentas from Market Trend Valuation Center, and I will present our product ESG-based real estate valuation software. So we are a small team. I'm the COA and data scientist. My background is in research in university, and at the moment I'm teaching artificial intelligence in Vilnius University. And my partner Aidas, he's a software engineer. In recent years, European Commission announced various legislation for ESG reporting, for tax purposes, and so on. And this will impact banks and other related institutes. Our solution focuses on integrating ESG data together with real estate transactions and predict the price of real estate and what influence ESG does. And we have main two functionalities. One is regional indicators, let's say, of Vilnius city, and others are specific information. You can fill in a form and receive information what rent price to set, how the demographic might influence that, and so on. The business model we are planning to do is software as a service to target banks firstly, and later adapt the product to other users. Speaking about the market size, so real estate valuation is about 9 billion in USA and about 7 billion in Europe. Speaking about the competition, so there are solutions for real estate price analysis, but not many of them integrate ESG data, and those who do, they do not provide long-term forecast. In our solution, we focus on 10-year ahead prediction. So the prototype we developed is from InnoStart, and we integrated 100,000 flat transactions with ESG data. And one example is that you can fill a precise form with flat information, with room number, address, and so on, and receive how the price will change over time. Another example is that you can insert your real estate object information, and let's say you decide to change the energy efficiency class, and you can see how much the price will change depending on your decision. So it's like for investments decision, or can be used for the valuation. So we are looking for funding, and if we receive funding, we are planning to improve the user interface, integrate more indicators, and adapt the product not only to flats, but housing data and later commercial real estate. So we are looking to test our product for the demo, partnership, and expert insights.
Valentas, another impressive spot on pitch. Well done.
If to take Vilnius real estate market and taking into mind that there are demand and supply factors, how much of a factor is droughts, floods in Vilnius, etc.?
Yeah, in Vilnius, not much, and droughts, floods may be more related to land plots for agriculture, for example, for rents and so on, and maybe more in suburban regions. But the product itself is not designed for Lithuania, but any market. So some regions might need that, others won't. But from legislation perspective, the European Central Bank still requires to provide such risk indicators. So we need to have quantitable evidence that this doesn't impact.
Will your model calculate the same in Norway? For real estate in Norway?
Yeah. So we use third-party data, like from public satellite images and so on, and we can integrate that data with real estate transaction data. So if we have access to real estate transaction data, we can add them. So let's say you sell a flat in Vilnius, so we integrate information, demographic from that region. You have a transaction in Kaunas, we are adding from that region information.
And what's your target group and how you're going to reach them?
So one aspect is banks, and we are mainly participating in various seminars. And another group is professional valuators who can receive, also grounding for valuation. And one of the company's activities is to organize seminars for license extension. So for example, last week we had about 140 participants and did with Valuation Association the seminar.
All right.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Valentas. Thank you very much and good luck.
The surprise option.
I will sit down.
The surprise option 3
I
will appear on the screen. Okay. So, what are investor sentiments? Are we ready to show exactly buying a bargain house? There's option 3 and 0.
Good thing nobody chose that one. A blank option.
A blank option, a hidden option. But none of investors are going for hidden options. They like transparency. And they like to know where are they investing.
Exactly. All right, we have 3 more to go. And next on the stage is Viridis and co-founder and CEO Saulius Bakas. Hello, how are you feeling?
Hello, hello. I'm going to give you this, but I'm holding it in order not to forget to present your voting options for the investors.
All right, let's see the options.
Open the rooftop bar.
Oh, it's not fair. I would choose that.
I'm glad that they are not judging who is going to win 10,000.
Let's do that after all the program. Let's have a rooftop party. Yeah? So.
Why not? We have a nice roof on Vertus building, by the way.
Super. All right, but let's focus on the pitch now. All right, we'll talk about the rooftop bar later.
All right. So I'm presenting today's sustainability reporting solution to real estate sector. This sector is behind the sustainability journey, and most of the real estate companies do not have yet sustainability goals or decarbonization goals set up. I think they need to start now because the last minute rush will be much more expensive. The real estate is one of the biggest greenhouse gas emitters, and Green Deal regulations already knocking at the door. As part of this industry insights, we developed solutions which allow real estate companies to start sustainability goals, track the progress. MVP was created, and the first version of the product allows to calculate emissions based on energy consumption, analyze the data, visualize it, present portfolio views, and share that information with others. As this is only the first version of the product, we're planning to upgrade regularly the product to reflect all the issues the real estate companies facing during the transition journey. The main benefits of our platform is to encourage real estate companies to start sustainability journey, to protect and increase the value of the property and attract green financing. Our target market is real estate with different properties which attract tenants, external financing. We're planning to provide the service on a subscription method and charge for the onboarding. Our main competitive advantage is that we focus on one industry, on one sector, and we think we know better the client needs, can be more flexible, and we think we can offer more competitive price. And we think the timing is right. Our main geography market is Central European countries where the competition and the maturity is low. And we're planning to use local partners for scaling our product. We talked to about 10 biggest real estate developers and owners in the Baltics, and the majority of them committed to test the product, which we're expecting will start this May. We are two founders with experienced professionals with sustainable finance and consulting background. We are working full-time on this, and we're committed to this project's success. And my biggest ask is today to recommend to your real estate companies to use our product and start the journey. Thank you.
Very good, very good.
I really hate that gong, you know, boom.
But imagine there was no gong, you would go on forever. It's there for a reason. So jury, 2 minutes for your questions.
As you are yourself from Big Four company, you know that they have developed the models and they have the very same. So why it will be different what you're suggesting?
Who developed, sorry?
Big Four companies, they have roughly the same tools.
I think they developed more like assessment tools, maybe not the maybe the calculations, but not the maybe something we're planning in future, more sophisticated tools as we go forward, and tools which would some prompted recommendations how to deal with various issues. So I think this is just the start of the emission calculations.
Well, it's like a follow-up question. So who are your competitors and how many of them are there in the market today?
I think at this stage the competitors are mainly boutique consulting firms and some, I only know 1 or 2 big global players who have something similar like us, who are focused only on real estate. But they are not covering this Central European market. And the rest of competitors are platforms who provide industry agnostic sort of solutions without really focusing too much on real estate.
What is your expected traction?
Pretty big. Well, from the feedback from the clients, they keep repeating that, yeah, we have this issue, the data is a problem, we don't have a solution, we don't want to use Excel. So it's encouraging that this is something, simple thing, but it's a good start.
Are you planning to get some certificate for your activity? Or like,
Yeah, some clients ask that if the data comes through us, could be validated, and I think some validation report or certification report could be issued in future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your applause to Saulius. And let's see.
I agree, that was not easy.
Whoa.
That was not easy, but thank you for that. And we are going to present the next startup, and I'm
2 more to go.
2 more to go, the next startup, and I'm so excited because I know what will be the option, and I really love it.
All right, so I would like to welcome on this stage Strato, and today there will be 2 of them representing, so co-founder Beatrice Lorinkute-Kielčin and Chief Technology Officer Jokūbas Vaišvila. And guys, what do you have here?
Another chair.
Another chair for our client Swedbank.
Oh,
just baked literally half an hour ago.
Take it.
It's
So
really impressive.
Is the paint good?
It's recycled plastic, 100%.
Wow!
Wow,
Wow!
so-
Wow! Wow! I'm already
impressed.
excited, but let's not forget why we're here. Strato, you will be competing against Sagrada de Familia Construction. Ooh, it's like a Rolex. I have no idea what this is and how much it costs, but let's see what our investors think about the Rolex watch. Good luck with your pitch. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, so
Don't
we can
forget.
help to rebuild that. Can we get some sound? Can we repeat the time? Reset the time, please. 12 minutes of the speech. Can I click? Okay. So, hello and welcome. This is the future of large-scale 3D printing with multi-material 3D printer. This is Beatrice and I'm Jacob. Please.
Hello, everyone. So buildings generate around 40% of global CO2 emissions, and only 9% of global plastic waste is recycled. And the world faces huge problem, it's a housing crisis, and every day world needs around 100,000 new houses.
So the 3D printing could solve the problem of housing shortage, as well make it more sustainable. So Strato have developed a multi-material large-scale 3D printer that is printing with recycled and biological materials created by us. So our Eco-Innovators team have created multiple innovations in the construction industry sector. And together with our partners, we're changing how the industry looks like. And together with educational partners, we're changing and teaching the students how the future of construction will look like. So with Strato, we developed a lightweight and insulated building object, or the house, that is printed and built faster and cheaper from recycled materials. And this technology will allow the architectural transformation, and it will transform the architecture forever, and enabling the AI-generated buildings to be built with 3D printed technology. And we have a business plan. It's B2B2C. We're willing to sell the houses through developers as well. We're trying to sell the microfactories, and we are going to print some stuff like this with long-term partners. And if you will put the printer, it will pay back in 1.5 years, and because it's printing 24/7. And you can see that we have already 50,000 in pipeline and 5 long-term potential clients, and there are some of our works that we are working. And the market is booming, and we are here. So the next few years, we're willing to print the first house in Baltics. As well, we're going to make another microfactory and make it wider.
So we have a competition, and our competitive advantage is lightweight and energetically efficient houses.
Good. Round of applause for you guys.
All right.
All right.
Really impressive. May I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I think I'll stay here.
You're now building chairs, and your vision is to build houses. Is that right? How will you achieve this gap?
So we're going step by step. For a moment, we are launching pilot with one of our client, Wilmers, that is a furniture manufacturer. And they want to sign a long-term partnership and probably to scale microfactories or printers. And in the next 2 months, we are going to finalize our 3D printing technology for houses. So now we are printing 2 3 meters, but going to print full scale soon.
Well, the main argument with the 3D printing houses is the toxicity. So how do you address that, like living in the plastic houses?
Yeah, so we are using recycled plastic that doesn't emit toxic fumes, let's say PETG or other bioplastics, let's say. So we are taking in consideration this.
Will you run some tests?
We haven't ran the test, but we are buying the raw materials, recycled, let's say, waste, that they went through the tests.
I would love to add here, we're making some materials on our own. We have a biopolyurethane that is made out of food waste, food oil, waste oil, and we're making them a foam material. So we're printing with that material as well. So it is expanding really fast. So that's how we reach that faster and better.
And it's made with green chemistry and biotechnologies.
But a short question. So you are being sourced, I mean, by materials from recycling companies. I mean, who recycle the plastics? I mean, where do you get the materials, you know, for the buildings?
Yeah, we are taking from our suppliers who are.
Who are they?
Sorry.
Who are they?
Suppliers.
Yep.
So different companies, local and from other countries, let's say France or Italy.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
so much.
Beatrice and Jacob. Lovely support from the audience and PIC investors. Let's see.
A lot of them investing into the future architecture.
Let me calculate. 43 plus 52, that's 97.
3% of the...
yeah.
But thank you for voting. And we have the final startup.
The last but not least. Thomas from Flanco. All right.
Let's check the mic if it's
on.
Turn
Hello?
on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
All right. Let's see.
All right,
who
let's
are you
see your
competing with?
options. Who will be your main competitor tonight?
Still waiting.
1, 2, 3, go. So you guys
All
sit on the phone.
right.
Okay.
Take Flanco on a vacation trip on a yacht in Monaco. Wow, wow, wow. It's a tough task. But I believe in you, Thomas.
We're not searching for easy challenges, right?
Yes. Okay. Good luck.
Good luck. Let's check on the timer. Souffleur.
Okay, that's second slide straight away.
I think we need to go one more time because you do not see the slides in front of you.
Yeah. Can you reset the time as well?
Yeah, please reset the timer and please put the Flanco slide on the screen in front. Okay, good.
Technical difficulties.
Could you please reset the timer one more time? Good.
Third time a charm. So, hello everyone, I'm Thomas, I'm from Flanco, and today I'm going to talk with you about ESG and real estate. So a lot of changes are coming to real estate industry. There's a lot of lofty goals from EU, and the companies are forced now to report. So the goal is to stop the greenwashing and make it more obvious what's exactly happening in the industry. And real estate in this scenario emits 27% of CO2 just in operations. So that's not just constructions, building and tearing down, but just running day to day. So that's a huge number. And a third problem in this area is that real estate is one of the least digitized industries. So it's in the very bottom. There's a lot of manual work, paper, etc. So that's makes everything much more worse. And our solution to this problem is that we want to tackle the problem at its source. So basically help building operators digitize their daily processes to make those reports possible. So the focus is not the reports. First of all, we encourage to fix the day-to-day operations, get the reports, and only then make the proper decisions on your sustainable future. So the product that we created is Flanco. That's building management software that we provide for tenants, landlords, and service providers. The main feature is data collection. So landlords can connect to the building management software, can run it day-to-day operations in the back office. We also provide an app for tenants to interact with the landlord in all different kinds of ways. And then we create the reports for the tenants, and these reports are built basically free of charge because the operations are run digitally, and all the processes create the data themselves, so we don't need any additional inputs for the dashboard that created. So as I said, the dashboard, it's just side product of the entire digital process. There's a lot of benefits for the landlord. The digitized process themselves bring a lot of benefits to the company, cost savings, etc., better customer retention on top of all the ESG benefits that you receive. Our business model now is subscription-based, and also we provide ability for others to use our data that we created, so expand the possibilities. The market is huge, so it's estimated that 50,000 companies will need to report this. And our go-to-market strategy is existing clients now, upselling, and that's a quite important slide, so that's our progress at the point.
All right, a round of applause to Thomas and his presentation. Jury, your 2 minutes are starting now.
She already said no for the first question. Have you discussed partnering with another startup that was here? Because you're doing the second step, the ESG data collection and showing, whereas the first startup was doing the first phase. So the question, have you discussed with another startup that was here?
Yeah, we talked with Virdis as well. The focus is more the analytics and the actual reporting and proper presentation of it. As I said, our focus is more the data collection and preparation for that analysis. Our idea at this point in time is just to create a CO2 dashboard that's created quite easily. There's a lot of knowledge in the industry how to do it. And then we probably going to cooperate with ESG consultants and advisors to expand this functionality. And our data in the building we know is limited, and it's for landlords, it's enough, but for the tenants in the building it might not be because it's just a fraction. So we see expanding it through partnering with other companies.
How much money are you raising?
We are raising, I don't know, we just raised investment from Tesonetas recently, but that was before the sort of ESG additional revenues that we are creating. So now we are not looking for direct investment at this point in time. So just the customers and evaluate the business model that we have. And maybe that's going to be a separate
model
product.
be exported to foreign countries?
Yes.
And to which ones? European Union or also third parties?
Yeah, we're flying to Spain next week, and the entire EU is our focus. Now we are venturing to, let's say, English-speaking or English language-friendly countries. So yeah, but the European Union at this point.
All right, a round of applause for Thomas. Thank you very much. Great presentation. And let's see the results. Drums.
Wow! Round of applause for you. You see.
Whoa! 120%. The magic is happening in this room. I can feel it. Everybody's anxious for the networking part, but before that.
The party will start soon for everyone except the jury. So dear jury members, thank you very much for your good questions. Now please step down, take step down. Please stand up. I see Dominicas is here. He will lead you to the secret deal room where magic is happening, where all dreams written on the board come true. So please, this way. Take care. Take care. Very
Dominicas,
good. Dominicas is waiting for you. The rest of the company, especially startups, are staying here. We have a few more things to do. Good. So please remind us about the prizes. What are we going to
the prizes,
to present quite soon? The winners will get.
The sweet part of the speech is I wanted to remind that we are competing for the total 30,000 euro prize, which will be divided between three best startups. So 10,000 each.
Yeah, 10,000 each. And there will be a special prize that you, the audience, will decide. So please show us on the screen one more time the QR code for Menti, for public vote. Those who were investing into those luxury boats, cars, and planes, you have just the next slide. You are allowed to pick up your startup, which you like the best. And we will announce the special prize from Rocket for the public vote. Just one vote. Yeah, just one vote, please. And we're about to get on networking because the award ceremony will happen over there where the food and drinks are. So thank you very much for your pitches, to the audience for voting and watching. So big round of applause to you all. Now, please, you can stand up and go start the party. But the startups are staying here for the group photo, please. So see you over there in some 20 minutes for award ceremony.
Startups, please come on stage for a group photo.
No, very good. Very good. So.
Vienas, du, du, du. Vienas, du.
Okay, so all of you, I kindly invite you to come closer to the stage. You will have a chance to shake the hand of the winners. Okay.
We just need to make sure
Winner
that we have this
and get a bit of the
space free.
success by touching the winner. Okay. So we will need a sign if we are live
I'm
again.
nervous.
So somebody please tell me if we are live.
We are live.
So
Echo,
welcome
echo,
back, online audience, first.
Ooh, are you guys excited?
And we're about to announce the winners. So it was really tense and hot in the jury room.
Just like selecting the new pope, I would say.
And you know, from one hand, I'm sad. You're nervous, but I'm sad because the program is over. The Sustainable Innovation Program is over, and we're about to say goodbye to the startups. So before we announce the winners and say goodbye, I would love to invite on the stage Remis Salters, CFO of Swedbank, to put us some closing remarks about the program. How do you feel? Are you sad?
Huge applause for our CFO, the one and only Remis Salters.
I'm not sad, I'm happy, sorry. But I'll explain why I'm happy. During the pitches, Donatas and Yekaterina kept offering people expensive cars to invest in. And that reminded me how, as a kid, I used to play with cars. And as a 10-year-old, I used to dream of Aston Martins, Ford Mustangs, Lamborghinis, you know, all this kind of stuff. And then I see my 10-year-olds and 9-year-olds today, and they're discussing, you know, the life cycle emissions of Teslas versus the life cycle emissions of Nissan Leaf. And I got a call today from the 10-year-old saying, you know, I've seen my first ID buzz in the streets of Vilnius, you know, that sort of thing. So clearly change is coming. Change is coming. Generational change is coming. But we need to help it along. And this is what this is all about. It's about basically making sustainability more understandable, more measurable, more palpable, practical. We need to make sustainable production and consumption easier, and we need change to come faster. We need this ecosystem, this sustainability ecosystem to develop, and this is what this program was all about. I want to quote one of the startups, Hold Earth, who said, the more competitors we have, the better for the planet. And I thought that was the line of the day. I thought. So thank you everyone for participating. Thank you for being part of this ecosystem, and let's continue developing it, building it together. Well done.
Thank you, Remy. Thank you
very
much.
As always, spot on.
He has a good eye and a good ear. Okay, let's. Now it's time. Now it's time to announce the winners. To announce the winners, we are inviting on the stage the member of jury and member of the board at Swedbank, Pavel Ladziatov. Warm welcome.
He has the envelopes. Will we have the drums, or
we don't have the drums, but we have the prizes. So he has the free envelopes. So in each of these envelope, there is the invitation to pick up your 10,000 for the potential cooperation with
corporate business.
corporate business customer. You are sad as well.
Yes, I am sad.
We need uplifting music, crucially. Later. So 2 of those envelopes, they are for the startups who got the best scores. And the third envelope is for the startup who got the best score out of those who jumped in April to the second stage startup level. So the last envelope is for the startup who joined us less mature, very young, very fresh, early stage, but made the best progress and gained the highest number of score out of the first stage startups.
All right, let's not keep this anymore. Are we ready to announce the first winner? I cannot do this for much
He's
longer.
gaining steps.
Okay. Well, I'll be very short. I mean, thanks for a great day. You know, every time when I visit the rocket, I wish to myself to be here more. I mean,
you're welcome. You can
I
come
know,
here
but
more.
because I am very glad that we have here that it's a good chance to listen to different views of the future, which we are developing together. So it's really cool. And sadly, badly, I have only 3 envelopes, not 10 ones. Probably it would be more great to have 10, but I have 3. We had an interesting discussion. First of all, it was. I would say for me it was pretty difficult, to have a voting, on the scaling from 1 to 10, and we had a discussion. It wasn't easy and it wasn't obvious during discussion with the other jury members, but but we made a decision, and I will announce now the first winner is the team VSO.
Okay, this is fun, huh? Imagine you had 100 envelopes.
Okay, and the second team is Team Strato. And the third one, it wasn't according priorities. And the third one is Zero Zone Pack.
And the public vote. Remember, we had a public vote, and for that, I mean, this stage is a bit smaller. We will need to do it a bit differently next time, but...
Yeah, so I have an envelope as well. Unfortunately, there's no money in it, but there's something that money can't buy, and it's the rocket vibe. In other words, it is a half a year membership to come and be at Rocket and be with us for the ones that public loves most. And the public loved most, Flanco.
But before...
I have one more envelope, the special one. This prize was said by us.
Our special prize.
Our special prize. We got a chance to hear the chat in the jury room, and there was one startup that almost got it.
I could this close.
Yeah. So in order that next time Next time you got it, let the rocket vibe be with you. So another 6-month membership goes to Luna.
All right, picture time.
Anybody wants to say a few thank you words to your mom, your husband, your kids, to your mentors, maybe?
Yeah. I want to say that this winning, it's not only for us, but for Rocket family, for Startup family, for Contact, PropTech, all our partners, clients, because literally everybody was raising us and is raising us, and I hope will be raising us. Thank you.
It's an open mic. Anybody else? Okay, so
I just want. And Rocket family is super, super fantastic.
Thank you. Okay, so the rest is well deserved. Thank you one more time. So keep rocking, keep doing, and keep raising. That's, I think, it's very important. And let the music play.
I'm not gonna sing, but just kidding. But we forgot one thing.
What?
We have the stage and the herbs, the curry.
Ah.
Yeah, but before we start taking down the beautiful plants, please take this opportunity. Go take some beautiful pictures. Smell the herbs. Get energized. Grab a drink. Grab a snack. And let's start this networking party! Woo!